We're going to go. Welcome to Gauntlet AI Demo Day. Now, Demo Day is the one opportunity for the Gauntlet challengers to show all of you what they can accomplish in under a week. Gauntlet is 1,000 hours, all in on AI. We don't dabble. We make sure that we spend the entire time completely immersing ourselves in the creation of AI solutions and traditional software while building with AI tooling. Gauntlet AI offers an opportunity for all challengers to get up here, to showcase their work, and to celebrate the process of finishing Gauntlet and showcasing on Demo Day. So I want to start by giving it up for all of our challengers that are going to be graduating from Cohort 2. Now, people tell me, what's the point of Demo Day, right? Most of the people have already signed offers. Like, why are we presenting? The goal is that at Gauntlet, we have a tradition. You have to demo, and then you have to demo, and then you have to demo again. And you demo over and over again all your projects to showcase not to just hiring partners, but yourself, the level of achievement that you can do over those 1,000 hours. Gauntlet challengers have demoed multiple times per week. And this is going to be their pinnacle project, their best project. And they're excited to show you exactly what they've built. To start today's program, I'd love to introduce the founder and CEO of Gauntlet AI, Austin Allred.
Awesome. Thank you, Ash. And challengers, just so you're aware, if you're starting in the back of the room and they say your name, way too late. You need to be up closer or you'll end up running a little bit. Awesome. So those of you that are here in person, thank you for coming. Thank you for those that are joining us virtually or online. And you know, I wanted to say a particular thanks to a couple groups. First of all, the challengers themselves. I was talking with a few folks about, you know, what this demo day means, what it is, and why we do it in the first place. You know, we could totally have Gauntlet AI without having a demo day. And the comment they gave to me was pretty interesting. They're like, why is it even worth demoing something that's only been built over the course of a couple of weeks? I think that's really interesting because on the one hand, there's a part of me that wants to respond, oh, you have no idea what these people can do in 2 weeks. Like, just wait. It won't be what your normal expectations would lead you to believe a project that has been built in 2 weeks looks like. Excuse me. Another part of me wants to say, yeah, actually, most of the 2 weeks these guys are doing others, not most of the 2 weeks, but it's not like all the challengers have been working on during the 2 weeks are these projects anyways. But the real response to that for me is that these are not 2-week projects that we're looking at. These are projects that have been built over the time that you've been at Gauntlet, the 1,000 hours. It's the 100-hour weeks, the sleepless nights, the first day when you show up at Gauntlet and I give you some crazy project and say it's due in 24 hours and you can't write any code to do it. AI has to write all of the code for you. It's really the culmination. I remember the story of the people that designed I think it was the city logo, that they designed it on a napkin in 30 seconds and charged $100,000 for it or something. And the person said, you really think it's worth $100,000 for a logo that was designed in 30 seconds? And the response was, no, it's worth it for all the many, many years that I've spent to be able to do that. This is how I see the projects that the Gauntlet challengers are going to show you today. Yes, they were built in a very short time frame. They were built over a couple of weeks, but they're really the culmination of many, many years of work and study, even before Gauntlet. And then Gauntlet is just, you know, an intensive portion of that. So with that said, we've got a bunch of different projects today. None of these projects were started were started more than 2 weeks ago. So while they are capstone projects, in Gauntlet, we go on very, very tight timeframes. We gave them a full 2 weeks. That's twice as long as we give them for almost anything else. And that is interspersed with many of you coming and visiting and different events and other stuff during those 2 weeks. But we are so, so excited and so proud of what they've done. And to go from no lines of code, in many cases, no idea of what to build, to what you'll see in 2 weeks is pretty incredible. But I am going to get out of the way and let the work of the challengers speak for themselves. For those of you that are here trying to figure out what Gauntlet is and what it means, I and Brett will be wandering around in the back if you're interested in becoming a hiring partner or a challenger, or joining Catalyst, which is our B2B training for a future cohort. You can come find us or shoot us an email. But I'm going to step out of the way and we're going to hear from the challengers. So thank you for being here.
So as your MC for today's event, I want to sort of break down the process by which the presentations are going to be happening. We're going to have a couple of presentations interspersed with some breaks for you guys to grab a coffee, get some lunch, and then eventually dinner. And so I'll be introducing each of the teams. We'll go through maybe 4 or 5 teams. We'll take a break. We'll go through the rest of the teams, so on and so forth. The goal is for you to be able to sort of capture the essence of the project and for the team to be able to present directly to you over a 5 to 6 minute period. So without further ado, we're going to start off with our first team. This first team is creating a workflow orchestrator that turns scattered processes across your organization into seamless executable task that you can define that task once, and then you're able to run that task over and over again. I want to welcome Jack McClellan, Kanish Jain, and Jeremiah Candelaria, and that's Team Queuey.
All right. Well, I'm excited to introduce Queuey to you today. So every business process, from new hire onboarding to closing the financial books, can sometimes be a chaotic mess of emails and spreadsheets and Slack messages. And sometimes in that, ownership gets fuzzy and things get dropped. It's the messy middle of operations where efficiency can sometimes go to die. But Queuey fixes this. So Queuey takes your unorganized, messy operations process and turns it into a repeatable, guided task flow that anyone can follow. It easily has handoffs between teams, offering real-time insights so nothing gets dropped. Now imagine for a second that you are an HR leader and you've got a great team that handles things like new hire onboarding, but right now that process is a little bit disjointed. It feels a little messy, chaotic, and manual. Well, with Queuey, you can create the perfect workflow from start to finish so that every new hire onboarding runs smoothly. You can create as many tasks as you need and involve as many teams as you need in the process to make sure that everything is going to go smooth, involving teams like IT and operations and the hiring manager and all the moving parts that it takes to bring on a new employee well. But don't just take my word for it. We'd love to show you how easy and quick it is to start and build a process with a live demo.
Yeah, so once in the app, users will see their dashboard page, but admins will go straight to the process builder. From here, all the processes are laid out. So as Jeremiah mentioned with HR onboarding, we have already started a new hire onboarding process. So Kanish will go in here and we can see the full stack of all the processes and tasks linked together. But currently we're missing the last task. So Kanish will add that node in and he will link it to both the passing rates of the last 2 tasks. And this will just be the closure task, signifying that this process is done. So inside each task, there are parameters, a description, and a title. All of this will help the user who then is assigned this task in the future to be able to complete it. So now that the closure task has been added, we can validate the process to ensure that it will work. Once validated, we can publish it, and now it can be turned into an execution. So within executions, we can take that newly published process and now create it and then assign all the tasks out to a user. So in this case, it'll be myself, as I am an HR coordinator in this sense. And so Kanish will put in the email and the name of our new hire, and that will be starting of the process.
All right, so we've just assigned the task to the hiring manager, Jack, and he's going to go in and in his view as what he will see as a hiring manager. And you'll see the first task has already been populated in congruence to the task that we just published together. And this is the pre-hire clearance. This is just a high-level check that the hiring manager will see to ensure that that John Doe has signed his offer. And if everything looks good on his end, he'll go up to complete task and move on to the next task in the workflow. And now you'll see our system has intelligently understood that 2 tasks are ready to be conducted. And this is because our task flow allowed 2 tasks to happen in parallel, if you remember from the task that we published. And these are the provision accounts and orientation paperwork. For provision accounts, Jack's going to go ahead and provision the account for John Doe and put in the account ID after he gets it from his system. Similarly, he will do that for orientation and paperwork that John Doe has to do. And he'll go ahead and complete task. And then the next task is the day 1 meetings. And through a similar process, Jack is going to go through, look to see if there's any parameters he needs to fill in, and press complete task when he's ready. And then the last 2 tasks before the closure tasks are the HR follow-up and 30-day manager check-in. Jack's going to put in any feedback and complete these 2 tasks as well. And lastly is the closure task. This is just a high-level way for Jack to make sure everything's going well. He has the ability to mark it as failed if he wants and give a good reason for that. But since John Doe has successfully went through the hiring process, he's just going to go ahead and press complete task. And now that the task has been completed, we can go back to the admin view, and we will see that the execution has been marked as complete. And on the right side, you can see high-level metadata about the execution itself, such as how long it took, as well as information about each task itself. And with that we just went through one execution together that you can run with our app, Queuey.
So in just a few minutes, we were able to create a multi-department workflow, coordinating parallel work streams and giving every stakeholder a clear view into all of their tasks. So no more Slack messages asking, is IT done yet? Or when will payroll be provisioned? And no more new hires showing up before their laptop does. And this isn't just for a new hire onboarding. Think client intake, content proposals, financial closing, any business process that requires multiple teams to be in perfect sync. Queuey does that, bringing predictability and orchestration to the messy middle of your operations. So we're Queuey, we're live right now, and you can check us out at tryqueuey.com. Thanks so much.
Next up, we have a team that is wanting you to explore the real world and discover magical loot boxes filled with books and anime-styled characters. Think Pokemon Go, but for the love of literature. This is Team Lorebound, Nicholas, Alexei, and Noah. Let's welcome Lorebound.
Can I take this out? Yeah, let's do it like this. Okay, yes. So my name is Nick. I'm joined by Alexei and Noah, and we made Pokemon Go, but for anime girls. So if you don't know anything about Pokemon Go, it is a location-based gacha game that was and is enormously popular. Now, gacha is a genre of game where you collect things. So in Pokemon Go, you walk around town and you collect Pokemon. In Lorebound, you walk around town and you collect anime girls. So Alexei is going to be talking about the business opportunity, and then we're going to show you the app.
All right, so Pokemon Go was an incredibly viral product. It had over 250 million users in its first month. It's made over $7 billion since its release. There have been a couple high-profile attempts to recapture that kind of success, but they all failed. And we think that this isn't a problem with like AR games, but this is a problem because they didn't understand what people actually want to collect. We saw this happen for a Minecraft AR game, for a Harry Potter AR game, but none of them have the staying power that we think that this game can have. If you look at the success of like Chinese mobile games like Genshin Impact and Zenless Zone Zero, these have some like the highest average spending per player, and that's been the case for many years. This is like a $25 billion industry, and we think that there's a large gap in the AR market where we can combine the joys of walking outside and gambling and opening loot boxes, and that's what we're here to recapture.
Yeah, so we're going to do a demo of the application. We're going to do a live demo. We're going to show you how it works, what it looks like. But just to sort of set the stage and sort of the premise of the game, right? So Pokemon Go, you walk around town, you throw Pokeballs at Pokemon. Unfortunately, you can't walk around town and throw Pokeballs at anime girls. That doesn't work. So the premise of the game is that you are starting a book club and that you are inviting women to join your book club and then ultimately fight the forces of evil through the power of knowledge. And so now Noah will be demonstrating the application. Yeah, here you go.
All right. All right, so here we are. Here's the actual, this is open on test. It's open on test flight right now. As you can see, we styled the map to look and behave very similarly to Pokemon Go. You have these little loot box icons where you can collect your books. And once you have books, you can click on the map markers that have your anime girls. And then you can select whichever book you want, and you have to try and you see if they like whichever book that you're trying to give them. And you can see that she liked this book. So now she's going to join your book club. As you can see here, you can look at the different people inside of your club. And then you can look at your book inventory, and then you can look at like different loot boxes that you can collect. But now to keep players engaged after they've collected or they've recruited anime girls into their book club, we have this battle mode. It's styled after Balloon's Tower Defense. You select whichever girls you want to bring, and you simply drag and drop them onto this grid-based battle map. And when you're ready, you can just click Start Wave, and they battle the forces of evil. It's as simple as that. So yeah, just kind of as a recap, like it's just very simple. It's very simple gameplay loop. It's you collect anime girls, you collect books, you use books to interest the anime girls during your club, and then you battle. Very simple.
All right, so obviously this all started very early in the morning. We were all a bit sleep deprived, and we just thought it was really funny. And then we actually went and built it. So for the last 2 weeks, we built an entire mobile application with a backend, location-based, made a bunch of assets for the game. And we kind of saw two things that I think mark the sort of unique moment in time we're in right now, specifically around AI development and asset generation, and why this, frankly, shitpost project actually is kind of exemplary of where we are right now. So Alexei is going to talk about the accelerated pace of software development, specifically in the context of making this game.
Yeah, so one of the most painful parts of game development is just like asset generation and like that kind of thing. And we were able to build out like a very refined asset pipeline that could generate assets and like for 3D environments very quickly. And this is normally a very costly and very timely part of development. And just like the speed that we were able to develop really made it so that we could get to refining the gameplay, figuring out how to monetize very quickly. And we think that this is sort of exemplary of how a lot of these kinds of projects are going to go, so that you can get to distributing the product very quickly rather than working on all the art.
I guess to go into a little bit more detail without getting too technical, we like to, in order to generate like the consistency, we would have a local text to image model that we can just create all of the images we need, and then we can take those images and we can make whatever other assets we needed using other AI tools. For videos, we even made 3D models for them, like those books, and for some of the characters, we did generate 3D models as well. Future update. So it's just insane how fast everything can go with the power of AI at this time. Also, you should totally sign up.
Yeah, so the two big things were asset generation. We built an entire pipeline to obviously generate our NPCs in the game, but then also generate video from them, green screen it all out, get into the application, and doing it in a automated fashion that we could actually do a lot at once. And then the other part of it was that just building an application like this, it takes a lot of iteration on functionality. So we built and threw away a ton of pieces of this game as we try to figure out what would actually be compelling, and the speed at which we were able to do it. I mean, I've worked as a software engineer for 5 years, and it's all just kind of been crazy. So yes, please play lorebound.com, sign up right now for the wait list. We have it on test flight, and you can play it right now. Thank you. We gotta go that way.
So we have 1,000 people watching us live on X. So I want to take a moment to shout out everybody watching us live and giving feedback and engagement to all of our challengers here today. Now, people have been asking me, if I wanted to be a part of Gauntlet, what do I have to do? Well, you can go to gauntletai.com right now, apply.gauntletai.com. The applications for Cohort 3 are open now. The cohort starts on October 13th, and we will have more cohorts next year in 2026. For the next group, we have an agentic browsing tool geared at LinkedIn outreach. Imagine saving hundreds of hours and being able to directly communicate with the individuals that you need to outreach to for your company or product. Let's give it up for Team Pingley. I want to welcome David and Abhi, Team Pingley. So while David's getting set up, Abhi, tell us about your experience at Gauntlet.
Yeah, sure. So my experience at Gauntlet has been extremely unique. So for anyone who's interested in joining Gauntlet, it's going to be an experience that you've never had before. It's a crazy amount of pressure, work, and hours, but I think the amount that you learn, especially for me, I'm a student in college, this is the type of experience you won't get anywhere else. The amount that you learn, the people that you're surrounded with, and the environment to just grind out projects is just so unique and so rewarding. Like, I feel like I've learned so much from these 10 weeks that normally would take people years of software engineering experience in the field to get. Yeah. So yeah, as our project is connecting. Yeah.
That's okay. We can have some conversation. So what were you doing before Gauntlet?
I was in school, so I just finished my first year of university, and I was working on some side projects. I was originally planning on doing an internship over the summer, but I was free working on projects and noticed the Gauntlet application, and then decided to apply. Didn't have high expectations on if I was going to get in. Was surprised to get in. Didn't have high expectations if I would complete the program. But as you go through, you kind of like are forced to learn. There's a lot of failures and successes through the experience, a lot of sleepless nights, but at the end of the day, it's super rewarding. That day on Sunday when you click submit, get your fully fledged out project out in the open, sharing it on X, getting feedback from other people, and just being able to say that you built a full scale application in 1 week is pretty incredible.
Let's give it up for Abhi, guys. So formally, I'd love to introduce Team Pingley.
So I'm Abhi, and this is David, and we created Pingley. So founders marketers, and recruiters all have one common problem: LinkedIn connections. To be frank, it's a pain in the ass. You have to go and find correct people, scan through their profile to see if they fit your requirements, send personalized messages, and the worst part is you have to repeat this process hundreds of times. The process is arduous, and for people like founders who have to allocate their time in very efficient ways, it doesn't make sense for them to spend this time manually.
Do you want to set it up? So let me tell you a brief story about our first client for Pingley. So this is Adi, and he came by the Gauntlet office and he had a problem. He's a founder building an ed tech tool right now today, and his primary way of getting users is through LinkedIn. So he sends people messages with his prototype to drum up business for himself. And so this is really a very important task for him, but it's time consuming, it's repetitive, and it's not exactly the intellectual process that he wants to really spend his time doing, but it's essential for his business. He's tried to pass this off in a couple of ways. One, he's tried to hire people to do this for him, but he has a large follower account, and so handing it off to somebody else doesn't get the same hit rate that he does when he reaches out. And he's also tried giving his login details to one of his other employees, but it takes a lot of trust that somebody else is going to message in exactly the right way that he wants to deliver his product. And so what he needs are something that's really easy to use, something that is going to match his voice and will reliably work while he can take his hands off the wheel. So let's give Pingley a spin and see what we've built.
Yeah, so as you can see here, we're on the Pingley dashboard page. And when we open up the dashboard, we get prompted with the project idea and the target audience. So what I'm going to do is actually use Pingley to market Pingley. So I'll open a Super Whisper session. I'm building a LinkedIn automation tool for cold outreach called Pingley. And just for the test, we'll say that we're looking for people I'm looking for software engineers from Gauntlet AI. Then after that, we can set the parameter for how many people we're going to outreach to. So I'm going to set it to one person for now, and then we can start off the tool.
Great. So now the agent is live and it's working. And so let's take a look at what is happening under the hood. So I mentioned that Adi, our client, is looking for something that's easy to use. So all this required was a LinkedIn login and then a single prompt to be sent. And he also wants his voice to be accurately represented. So our agent will take whatever prompt you send, and then we have an under the hood AI tool that is going to turn that into like crisp language, and then it's going to scrape the candidates that it finds on LinkedIn and will deliver a tailored message that feels like Adi is sending it. And it also moves through LinkedIn by clicking the search bar using all of the search filters that LinkedIn has available, and clicks profiles, adds notes. And so this is how we get past any potential bot blockers or bot detection, because we're actually using LinkedIn just as a human would. We're not spamming the API or ripping a whole bunch of different messages to the LinkedIn API. So it's simple to use. It gives Adi an opportunity to use his real voice as he sends the message, and it's reliable.
Yeah, so while David was talking about how the agent works, we can actually see that a session is running in progress, the session that we created. So I can look down and see the project details of the session I've created. And I also have a live browser view of the agent at work. So you can see here the agent is working on this tab. I can also look at a session we created right before we came on stage to see how the agent goes through its process to send notes. So you can see it's on someone's profile, and we'll look at the prompt that I sent out for this. So my project idea here was a cooking robot, and I was connecting with robotics founders in San Francisco. So as you can see here, we're connecting with a co-founder in robotics near the San Francisco area and sending him a note about our project. And you can see the agent just populated a message tailored to their profile. So
SF Robotics founders. Your work at Weave on practical autonomy and scaling deployment stood out. I'd love to. Okay, now the agent has decided that it's ready to send and it's sent a message. So it's tailored specifically combining user profile plus the prompt that Abby or Abby sent.
Yeah. So now what happens when the session is completed? How do we see what messages we sent and how do we track what we did? So we can pull up the session completed tab and get a summary of what the agent did. And then we also get a table view of who we connected to, their title, a link to their profile, and the message the agent sent to that person. We can also get the session details for what we were trying to accomplish, like what project we're marketing and the target audience that we were catering towards.
And so this is a pretty cool tool, and Adi is using it to save himself time while also getting the outreach he needs to develop his business through LinkedIn. And so broadly speaking, we have a couple of extra features that we want to develop on top of this initial prototype. But like the big picture, going through this process and building this really like opened our eyes to the future of how the internet is going to be used in not too long a time. Anything that is a nuisance or laborious to do on the internet that's repetitive, or you just want to hand off to somebody else, we are on the precipice of this being available for a whole bunch of different use cases. And so we see this as really the starting point of a big shift in how people can use the internet with agentic workflows. So it was really exciting to build this and really get to the meat of how to implement this type of agentic tool.
Yeah. So with Pingley, we're hoping to not just automate LinkedIn cold outreach, but re-envision exactly what it looks like to find talent and market products in the future. Pingley.click for the live URL. Thank you.
So we have 1.8K people live on X right now, another 100 live on YouTube right now, almost at that 2,000 number. Let's give it up for our live audience. Let's give it up for everybody joining us right now. Now, there's some questions coming in about the program that I want to talk about. On X, somebody's asking, is Gauntlet tech agnostic? Can I use whatever tool I want? This is a very good question. We actually have 3 factions in Gauntlet right now. I call it the Cursor people, the Claude Code people, and then the Claude Swarms people. It doesn't matter the process or the methodology that you choose to code with at Gauntlet AI. We do something called an AI-first methodology, and that's something that is unique to every single individual at Gauntlet. Everyone has their coding languages, has their tech stack. Everyone has a workflow that they're using to ensure that they're much faster with AI coding tools. The process by which you choose the tools to use, the process by which you choose when to add context and when to wait on context or when to get more context is your AI-first methodology. You can use what tool you want, and Gauntlet lets you pick whichever AI tool fits your needs. All right. For the next project, I would like to introduce the ultimate experience for a UFC fan. Imagine fantasy, but for UFC. This is Fighter Fantasy, introducing Sabe and Mustafa.
Hello, everyone. My name is Subby, and this is Mustafa, and we've been working on Fighter Fantasy. So, in the last decade, the UFC has grown 700% in viewership, making it the largest growing sports globally. Traditional sports like football, soccer, basketball all offer different sources of entertainment like fantasy ecosystems that are worth billions of dollars, whereas UFC only offers betting. So we saw this gap and took the opportunity to build Fighter Fantasy.
All right. So the main way users compete with each other in Fighter Fantasy is by creating and joining leagues. So users can create public leagues, which anyone can join, or private leagues just for their friends. Private leagues generate join codes. So you see, and users can join a private league, share it with their friends for an upcoming UFC event. You can see leagues that we've created on this account. You can see a leaderboard view. And these are points that were scored for last Saturday's UFC 319 event on this account. So users go head to head with each other and compete between friends and all users on Fighter Fantasy.
So after creating leagues, whether it's a public league or a private league, users will then navigate to the fantasy mode, where you can take a look at upcoming events. So for example, this Saturday will be the UFC Fight Night. So let's say you create a league with your friends for the UFC Fight Night. You go to fantasy mode and you can enter the event. It will then take you to a team builder screen. So these are the fights that will be occurring during that event, where you can choose between who you think will win. So you can make your predictions. Let's say I think Johnny Walker will win. On the right-hand side, you'll see a small pop-up where you can choose exactly how you think your fighter will win, when you think your fighter will win, so round 1 to 5, or if it will go the distance. And we have an optional text box as well, where you can input exactly how you think your fighter will win. So for example, if you think Johnny Walker will KO his opponent, in the optional text box, you can put maybe an uppercut or a right hook. And if you are accurate with your prediction in the text box, you will be rewarded more points. Users can then navigate to view results. So once a UFC event has concluded, the site will update with the actual results. So last week was the UFC 319 event, so I input my predictions for the UFC 319 event. So as you can see here, we have our scoring system, where we have the predictions, your exact predictions, and the actual fight results that occurred that night. You will be rewarded based off your fighter choice, method, and round if you get them all correct. You can also be penalized if you are incorrect. You are also rewarded points and penalized based off of your fighter's performance. So as you can see here, my fighter won, and we gained a lot of points because he absolutely destroyed his opponent. But the opponent also got a few hits on him, so he was actually penalized as well. And we have there's UFC pay-per-views and there's UFC fight nights. So pay-per-views will give you a times 1.25 event multiplier, whereas UFC fight nights will not.
All right, so this one here is for the fans. This is our fighters page, where fans can view stats for top UFC fighters across all divisions of the UFC. You can see we got images of all our UFC fighters. You click on that, it'll show you a detailed breakdown of the fighter stats and various information about them. And this can be used to influence your picks in our team builder mode.
We also have an events page with all the upcoming events, so users know so users know what events are coming up, and we also have the past events. You can also view the details of the events in case any fans are curious. So Fighter Fantasy is live right now, and we actually have a code on the screen that you guys can scan to try it out. Yeah, here it is. And
Feel free to scan, join, and get started. Get your picks in. We got events lined up. Get your picks in for all upcoming UFC events. Create leagues. Compete with your friends today.
Thank you for your time. Joe Rogan and Dana White hit my line.
All right, so we're going to do something a little bit different. As we take a break from presentations, I want to invite a few challengers up and talk about their experience and get the frequently asked questions answered by real challengers. So let's give it up for Rushil Reddy and Andrew Shindapin. All right, to start off, what did you guys do before Gauntlet AI?
So I can start. Hi, everyone. My name is Rush. So before Gauntlet, I had a pretty varied career path. I started off as a mobile app developer, building apps in high school. And then I started a solo software consulting company where I consulted with kind of larger enterprise firms on like frontier tech deployments. So I did stuff like mobile apps, virtual reality, sort of like different web dashboards, this sort of stuff. I later had a crypto company, and now I joined Gauntlet.
Andrew?
Thanks. My name is Andrew, and before this, I was a web developer, and at a certain point in my career, I started doing product/project management, and now with Gauntlet, I feel like I've come full circle where now instead of managing or guiding or working with a bunch of engineers, I'm working with a bunch of AI agents doing the software development.
So I'm going to be honest, how skeptical were you of Gauntlet before you joined?
I would say I was pretty skeptical. I think what was going in Gauntlet's favor was I was realizing that the people around me, especially the younger guys, they were just thinking in a different way than I did. They were reaching for different tools to solve problems, and they'd ultimately like learn to code in a different way as well. And I realized that the only way to solve that was to just put in the amount of time it would take to actually get to that level of skill. But yeah, I definitely came in a little skeptical.
I would say I was a little less skeptical, actually. I had looked at vibe coding, which became kind of a thing in April of this year, which is like, 20 years in AI time. And it was working for some people, it wasn't working for other people. But the thing that I saw that was really impressive was that people were able to make something that was functional and that got users quickly. And that's really, as a project manager, I always found that to be the most important thing. If you can't get users, it doesn't matter if your product is just completely clean under the hood, your code is all modular, it's performant, it's secure, it's beautiful, but no users, it doesn't matter.
So what was the moment, like you through Gauntlet, you were like, oh my God, this is actually much different than I thought it was? Or it's like maybe a special story, or like if you were to give an insight into like what happens in the inner workings of Gauntlet, I'd love for you to share that.
So this was like a realization I had quite recently. So when you learn something new, there's like a couple of ideas usually spark in your head, and you think to yourself, man, I wish I could just like build this one thing. It would be such a useful tool. And what ends up happening is you Google it, and it turns out someone else has already built that, and they built that maybe a few years ago. Maybe it was 10 years ago. Maybe it was 5 years ago. And Gauntlet was one of the first times where I realized how close to the edge we really are, because I had an idea for a tool, and I realized that someone had actually built it, but only 3 days ago. And that was the first time in my mind where I really thought to myself, like, we are so close to the edge here. And that to me was like one of the most fun and kind of interesting realizations I had over the program.
I think for me, it was less than 24 hours into Gauntlet when we had to have a working prototype of a full app and we had to submit it. Less than 24 hours from the beginning. And I kind of was surprised as anyone else to find that I actually did hit the target. I was able to get that prototype. It worked somewhat. It was, deployed online. It wasn't just running on my computer. So that happened, but I was still kind of skeptical. I'm like, okay, well, this is, some people derogatorily say this is like AI slop. And I'm like, yeah, there's some of that here. But then as we refined that one and finished that project in less than a week, and then did the next one, and now it was a mobile app, and now it's a desktop app. And all those things just kept working for the majority of the people who put in the effort. That was just amazing to me. Like I said, this is the real thing. This is real software that's being deployed, that's getting users. That's what you would expect as a software engineer or a product manager working on that.
So the other thing, so we have 2.2K people watching us live right now. And one of the biggest questions we keep getting, tell us the best practice, tell us the trick, tell us the tool, tell us the methodology. What's the secret, guys? Why are you able to code so fast?
There is no magic formula, but if I had to break it down, it comes down to like, what are your mental heuristics for how you analyze software, right? When AI is generating the volume of code that it is, you need to have ways in which you can understand like very quickly when something is going off track. And if you're a really fast reader, okay, fine, maybe you can read through every line. But if you're not, or if you just the way I would describe this is you need to like set out your architecture for how the code should run in your head first, so that when you're looking at the AI generated code, you can easily see, okay, the front end code should not be there, or the back end code routes, like the routes are not written correctly. You need to just have these patterns ready so that you can like quickly spot them and kind of move on from there.
Yeah, and to echo what you said, the secret is there is no secret. The secret is you just have to go through it and make it work and try a variety of tools and techniques and get it working. But I think one insight that I had maybe a few weeks into the program is that as you use AI to program, it's a two-way street. So for example, instead of just telling the AI, okay, make this feature or do this, you can ask the AI, like, why did you do this? Or like, what about using another technique here? And one mental heuristic that I think a few of us have discussed many times here in Gauntlet is, how do you get up to speed very quickly in a matter of minutes or hours on something that a topic that you know nothing about? And kind of the technique for that we came up with is like a 3-step technique. Number one, just know that this core concept exists. Like, what's the core concept? The second is, what's the vocabulary? Well, what are the supporting concepts that help with this core concept? And number 3, what are the best practices? And so once you know those 3 steps, you can talk to the AI and you can say, okay, what I really want here is a simulated annealing algorithm, for example. And just knowing that vocabulary and having the concepts to be able to converse with your Claude or whatever it is will help you build something that's workable in a matter of hours or maybe days.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point. The vocab is actually really important, because if you think about it, like an LLM is like a stateless machine, right? So they're like an amnesiac like a super genius with amnesia who literally is only using the exact verbiage that you are providing it in the course of 1 to, let's say, 1,000 words. And those are the only 1,000 words that it's using to then like go through the corpus of human knowledge and figure out what it's going to respond to you with. So yeah, totally agree on the vocab part.
And the thing is, this works because if you think about it, for centuries, you start out with something that's expressible in a sentence, right? Like, I want to build a house. And from that sentence, that unfurls in many dimensions into all the details that actually make a house appear where there was nothing there. It's the same concept with AI.
So the cohort is coming to an end, and obviously we have another cohort starting. If you had one piece of advice for someone coming in for cohort 3, what would that be and why?
Like, don't choose easy projects. Do things that you think you won't be able to accomplish, because it's only in giving yourself these challenges that you'll force yourself through new workflows. If you're not changing the tools or the workflows that you're attempting to use on a week-by-week basis, you're not getting the most out of what this program is designed to do, which is it's designed to help you, like when you have a problem, to look for different tools, look for the best available tool to solve it, and then go and solve it in like at a speed that most people can't do, right? Like that's at a high level what you're being taught here. And yeah, just don't shortchange yourself by just like sticking to one way and one thing that's going to work for 80% of things. Like learn, like do the hard stuff and do it right.
And to build on that, I would say be curious, let yourself get nerd sniped, and just follow a rabbit trail. This is the time to do it. And who knows, maybe you'll come up with a great software that no one or maybe very few people have even thought about before.
Thank you, guys. Let's give it up for Roosh and Andrew.
Thank you, Ash.
For our next project, what if you could transform your ideas directly into games? What if you can use natural language to create the game that you wanted to see and play? I want to welcome Benjamin Yang, Abdul Rahman Mirza, and Abdullah Mirza. This is BloxAI.
Hey, 1 in 2 kids in America all play Roblox. Roblox is the biggest game out there right now. It has cross-platform with mobile, console, and also computers. It has over 100 million concurrent users every single day.
So while they're getting set up, Benny and Abdullah, tell us about how big Roblox is.
Roblox basically has over.
Yeah, so Roblox is probably one of the most, or one of the biggest played games right now for people under the ages of 16. I think it's 1 out of every 2 kids that are under 16 that play Roblox.
Game development usually takes days or weeks, but with this, with a single prompt, you're able to generate an entire game from start to finish. Who are the benefits? Indie developers, studios, and ideas people.
Yeah, so I'm just going to talk a little bit about the tech stack that we use. For the front end, we decided to go with TypeScript. For the AI model integration, we decided to do Python. We used JavaScript for the web infrastructure, and of course Lua for the Roblox game script generation. And then I'm just going to talk about the architecture a little bit. So first off, we get the user request, and based off the user request, it'll generate a complex Lua script. From then, it'll go into a testing pipeline where it will go through a multi-testing phase to ensure the Lua script is fully functional, and there will be an MCP server running in parallel to ensure the user gets real-time updates on the game generation. From then, it'll go into a Roblox Studio plugin where it'll organize all of the Lua scripts into the correct folders and locations. And after that, the user will get a fully functional Roblox game.
All right, now it's time for me to talk. Here it is right here. We got the key features, zero setup gaming, where you have no manual configuration. You type the prompt out, it makes the game multi-game types. We focus on horror, racing, simulator, shubi, and obbies. Obbies are obstacle courses, which made specifically for Roblox. We have a mobile-first design because, like we said earlier, 1 in 2 children in America just play Roblox, so they usually play it on mobile. And we also worked on professional audio. So if you're playing a horror game and you hear the enemy AI after you, you hear them step by step where they're at, and they're always tracking you, trying to find you. We have a decent quality standards. We have a 95% plus success rate. Games work immediately. We have a 30 plus FPS on mobile, so kids can use it easily. And we have a 1080p plus texture resolution, so it looks decently fidelity-wise. And now we're going to show a trailer we made for this project. Right here, the first thing we do is we write a prompt where it says we make a volcano-themed obby with multiple levels in general, and that just works really well, that are on a volcano in a thematic way. Over time, we decided that we shouldn't want a base plate. A base plate is just the generic, usual grass, ground, gravel. We want something that's actually there and that's made with decent assets. And we wanted to be to support at least multiplayer. So we made the platforms decent sized. And soon you're about to see it. Over here, you see the process as it makes the game.
In life, there's roadblocks. Don't let nothing stop you, cause we ain't stopping.
And that is BloxAI. Thank you.
So for the next presentation, we have Do More Life, which combines AI-powered autonomous event creation with a host of tools for curation, payments, and analytics. They aim to solve the loneliness epidemic by providing events and turnkey event coordination to increase attendance and revenue. Please welcome Damon, Pranjal, Ryan, and Tristan. Do More Life.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Damon, and along with Ryan, Tristan, and Pranjal, we built Do More Life. Our platform helps small businesses connect with their customers in a more compelling and human way. Here's the challenge. Small business in America is under attack. Big corporations have massive ad budgets, attention is scattered, and excuse me, and prices are constantly increasing. Just imagine what the internet will be like in 2 years. AI-generated content will be everywhere, proliferating throughout all marketing channels. So how will a business cut through? How will they actually reach their customers? We believe this comes back to in-person experiences and community building. Now, businesses have tried platforms like Meetup.com and Eventbrite before, but those platforms weren't built for small business. They don't scale and they don't create real community. So that's why we created something different, something we consider an event coordinator as a service. The average event coordinator full-time is around $60,000 a year. And frankly, that's out of scope for most small businesses. And so that's why Do More Life exists. And Ryan, let's tell them about the product.
Thank you, Damon. So when a business logs on to domorelife.com, they get access to our suite of host tools, the most important of which is our autonomous event creation generator. Our autonomous event creation generator pulls data from two sources. First, a vector database loaded with over 6,000 points of interest from across Austin, Texas. Think music venues, museums, parks, libraries, anywhere people congregate to do activities. The second data stream is that business's own customer data, which we help them collect, curate, and utilize.
Using these two data streams, the system is able to generate events in just a few seconds that are specifically tailored to that business. Once those events are generated, the business can view the events that we've created for them. They can edit them. They can accept the ones they want. If none of the options appeal to them, they can generate a new set and start over. Once they are happy, then we can then we even help out with an AI-generated promotional flyer to help promote the event. Now I'm going to throw it to Tristan, who's going to tell you what's next.
Thank you, Ryan. Next, once an event is accepted, it'll be moved to our events dashboard, where we'll have a promotional plan, followed by social media content, which is tailored for that event. Next, we also have host talking points, where you'll be able to generate a script designated for that event, followed by, we'd also have real-time RSVP, as well as a data analytics table for that specified event. We aim so that we can have a small business go from idea to creation to promotion to real results, all in one platform. Next, we have Pranjal telling us why this matters.
Thank you. Why it matters. With the ad cost growing up and effectiveness of those ads dropping down. At the same time, event generation or digital content cost almost going to the zero. We have event generation. Why it matters. We have human connection. And after that, why it endures. We have our first customer, Good for Nothing, which is now able to generate event with almost 5 to 10 minutes with event generation planning, around 5 to 10 events within 1 hour with its planning, event flyer generation, and social media practices and strategies. Whereas it would have taken that customer to take around 2 to 3 weeks to perform it. That's why we have do more life.
All right, so let's do more life, my friends. From idea to event to community building, we provide businesses a one-of-a-kind solution to connect with their customers in a unique and loyalty-driven way. We are just starting up in Austin right now. As I said, we just got our first customer. We might have our second one once I get off stage, and then we're going to expand even further. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
We have 2.8K people watching us live right now. If you're looking to be a part of the next Gauntlet AI cohort, Cohort 3 starts on October 13th. Applications are open now at apply.gauntletai.com. For the next application, we have a community app to request prayer and to pray privately in your group and across the global feed. Ask for support, confide with your friends, encourage your friends, and grow your faith over time. This is Our Father, Matt Bagazinski, Ben Heitoff, George Jeffries, and Barry Smith. Let's give it up for Our Father. While we're getting set up, George, what'd you do before Gauntlet AI?
Math teaching.
And why'd you decide to join Gauntlet?
Way better career options.
And so what would you say was, let's say, your favorite project of Gauntlet or something that you've done so far?
Honestly, it might be this one, but maybe that's not worth talking about because we're about to spend several minutes doing so. Maybe the second one is my first project, which was a Grammarly sort of clone. The reason that this was so cool is because before that point, I had just about put a template up on GitHub Pages to have a personal website. So I went from, zero experience in that regard to having a functioning website in less than 2 days, and that was boy, was that an experience.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome Team Our Father.
In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Made in his image, we created too, but we had to scope that way down. That was like way too much. So what we did is we looked around and we saw this. People asking for prayer requests on Reddit, 4chan, TikTok, in group chats. And we thought, why can't we build something that lets people pray and be prayed for together? So So that's what we did. In about a week's time, we got this up. It's called ourfather.org. And it's that platform for people to pray, to ask for prayer, and to meet together in community and orient towards God. So we've already got more than 1,000 prayers, and we're getting close to 100 users. We were over 90. We're getting there, Ash. To tell you more about the feature set that we built, here's Matt.
Thank you, Mary. We aimed for an intuitive design, so hopefully this is easy to follow. So to start off, this is the first thing you see when you log onto the app. You need a prayer. You need prayers said for you. Go here, and you can type in a request, and this goes to the global feed. You want to pray for someone, click this button. You are then, again, in the global feed. This is prayers around the world, prayer requests around the world. You can pray for your fellow Christians. You want to pray a little more privately. You don't want to share your request with the world. Head to the Groups tab. You can create or join groups. We've got invite codes to keep those a little exclusive. So you're not worried about people coming in there. Any prayer requests made within the group, stay within the group. They only go to the group members. And then if you want to be even more private, we have this confide chat. You can confide anonymously with your fellow group members. Now you've been blessed, your prayers have been answered. You'd like to thank and update those people who have prayed for you. If you go to your profile tab, you can see your list of prayers, list of prayer requests you've made. You can provide an update, and this notifies and goes out to all the people who've prayed for that request. And then on the other tab, you can see prayers that you've made, and you can request an update or view one if it's been provided. So we aimed for a really simple core concept, wanted to execute that well, and to talk more about some of the choices we made. Here's George.
All right. So first thing I want to mention is when we started building this app, we did some investigation into what degree other apps have already done this. And what we found is that while there are some big apps that kind of do this, it's always a really sort of afterthought, bloatware sort of thing. So our big idea straight off the get-go was we're just doing this in a very lean, minimal, and above all, focused way. And so that combined, so you'll see that this is a web page. This is a web page. So we are currently in the process of getting this done up as an app to put on the App Store, put on the Google Play Store. But this getting it up as a website in this sort of lean way has allowed us to get an MVP where we could get user feedback very quickly, really, really immediately. And this has been super helpful. I've had a lot of family members give me an enormous amount of feedback on features that we all thought was super obvious, and then when you approach it with fresh eyes, makes absolutely no sense at all. So that's what we're really focusing on here is something that you could just open this up and have no idea how apps work in general, and have a pretty good shake at figuring out how all the features work. In terms of the color palette, things like that, we were focused on minimal, contemplative sort of vibes, so that sort of direct people towards prayer. And you'll notice on this page, so we have a daily streak sort of thing. you'll notice that there's that networks prayers there. So people you invite, actually, we added these like gamification elements. So people you invite, you can see how many prayers they've done, sort of make you feel good about inviting other people. We hope that these sort of patterns will generally entice people towards this, sort of virtuous habit.
Behind these features is a lean tech stack focused on simplicity and scalability. Our Father is a single-page React app served as static files in the Cloudflare CDN. As many users as we get, Cloudflare will be able to handle. And we're using React Router with lazy loading to keep our initial bundle small and our first load fast. For storage, we're using Supabase with Postgres and a variety of strategies to keep it performant. On the database side, we use materialized views as a cache for our high-frequency public queries, like the global activity feed, so that they run on a timer in a way that does not depend on the number of users. Similarly, on the client side, we have a caching layer that sits in front of our API calls so that our app only hits the database when it needs to. For security, we have comprehensive RLS policies on all of our tables to make sure that our users' private information stays private.
Prayer is powerful in numbers. Ourfather.org. Sign up, not for us, but for you.
Let's give it up. Next up, I'd like to bring on two Gauntlet challengers, Trevor Slayton and Batu Han.
Testing. Awesome.
I think it's important to get the challenger perspective. What did you guys do before Gauntlet?
So before Gauntlet, so I had a little bit more of a traditional background. I did have an undergraduate degree in computer science, also electrical engineering. Worked at a startup, full stack software engineer, mostly web technologies for a while. Took a little break, did some grad school, some math, did some machine learning research, and then was a machine learning engineer at Apple. I was a little bit of a break in my career before this, some personal life events. AI was taking off, world events are kind of crazy. I can get into that a little bit if you want.
Cool, let's get
Batu,
you go first.
And I have an academic background. I finished my PhD in physics and computational neuroscience, and I have been on the job market before coming to Gauntlet AI.
So when you guys were deciding to come to Gauntlet, what was the thought process? Why did you do it?
Yeah, so for me, as I was getting to, I had a little bit of a gap. Some stuff was happening in my life. I was a little bit down about the world, actually. And I saw Gauntlet as an opportunity to meet new people who were motivated to just build and create things. And I thought that that was a compelling offering. I just really wanted to come here, try new things, and meet people. I also thought it was compelling because it was actually approaching software engineering using these latest tools from a very different angle than I had before.
So my experience with Gauntlet was I heard this being an AI course, and I thought it was going to be an coding with ML, coding on ML workshop. And I came to the demo day for Gauntlet, and my expectations were subverted. However, I saw people building things, creating things so fast, and I was very jealous. So that's what drew me into Gauntlet. I really wanted to observe this skill set.
Now, can you describe like the environment at the Gauntlet office, maybe working in a team? What is it like day to day for somebody?
The day-to-day feels a lot like grad school to me. We are all in this environment. It's very collaborative. We come in early. We have our social interactions, and then we all get to work. But while working, we are always bouncing back ideas, bouncing back methodologies. Sometimes we teach each other. We give little classes for each other. If someone brings a skill to the table, that's for everyone to share. It is intense. It involves a lot of work, but it has been very fun so far. I'm actually quite sad that it's ending. the day-to-day interaction in Gauntlet has been very tiring, but it has been really fun, really great.
I would echo that. I think actually probably the best thing about Gauntlet, I mean, yeah, there's like job offers and stuff like that, but I think just meeting and working with everybody in the cohort is the best part of it.
So could you describe maybe one of the projects you guys worked on or something that you want to highlight from your work?
I think my favorite project that I worked on that I will be working on personally as well was we had Enterprise Week where we had to deal with old and established code bases and enhance them and work with them with AI. I chose, due to my background a little bit, a linear algebra library called LAPACK that was first built in 1980s. And it was very fun working with this code base. It's arcane, very hard to understand. It has certain limitations based on the age that it was found in. It's written in Fortran. If anyone is familiar with coding languages, it's as arcane as this library is, but I had a lot of fun. I built a visualizer for the code base. I added new features in, and it was very interesting to see that I could contribute to something very established and something that I used regularly in my studies before.
So I'm going to talk a little about two projects that are related on one theme. So I've kind of been interested in making a game kind of in my off time, just as a thing I've wanted to do, but I've always had trouble starting because it's a very daunting thing. Art assets, animations, scope. It just seems like it would be really easy to produce vaporware. And so there are actually two projects I worked on that were related to getting over that hump. One project I started and then actually shelved. It will come in the future, but I made some meaningful progress on making a tool to generate animations for 2D games to help with that problem. But then also in another project, I didn't realize, but the very next week, we were tasked with shipping a game. And so I jumped in and made a 3D game and actually shipped it, which was pretty exciting and just sort of a personal goal overcome.
With Cohort 3 starting in a couple of months, what is your biggest piece of advice? Like, what are you telling the future challenger? Like, do X, Y, Z to make the best out of Gauntlet.
I would say do not pigeonhole yourself into one workflow. This is very intensive. There's a lot of pressure to succeed. And it's frightening to try new tools, but this is also your one chance to play test everything. Do not follow the same workflow, try new things, try new tools, keep your mind open, actively seek out trying new things. That's my biggest advice.
I think I would echo that. Flip side, though, if you did have one sort of stack that you're familiar with and get some sort of process down, it might help you out if you're ever in a tight spot that you just have something you can go back to and something you can spin up. But I would only recommend that to open yourself to having more opportunity to explore.
Thank you, guys. Let's give it up for Batu and Trevor. For the next application, we have a computer vision app that is learning and makes learning feel like play. This is Team Bimo, Roosh, Alan, Mitch, Patrick, and Yiran. Let's give it up for Team Bimo.
All right, my name is Mitch. I'm joined by Patrick, Yiran, Alan, and Roosh. And today we are introducing Bimo. So Bimo is on a mission to make learning feel like play. I'm a parent of a 2.5-year-old boy named Henry. And as he gets older, my wife and I have been thinking a lot about his education. And we realized that there were two different and seemingly contradictory educational paradigms. On the one hand, we have the Montessori approach rooted in the physical world that emphasizes tactile multisensory learning. And on the other hand, you have the rise of digital-first platforms that enable hyper-personalized learning. Parents and early childhood educators need something that bridges the digital-physical gap.
That's why we created Bimo. So I want to have a little introduction to our product offering. There are two main components in our product offering. One, given the Bimo app, which include different puzzles, which use powered by computer vision to help with the quality and great learning experience for the kids. And then the other offering is the hardware component, where we actually offer the puzzle as well as the setup for this particular game. And then the unique offering that our app is going to have is this is powered by computer vision. It's going to be tracking and also providing real-time feedback to the kids as they're having a quality time playing. You're probably going to ask, why would we choose Bimo? What are we actually helping kids to develop? Is it just another app that we're going to let the kids look at the iPad? That's absolutely not the case. So in the initial offering, we're going to have 3 games in this in the hardware offering. One being the Tangram, which helps with the spatial reasoning. The second will be the number tiles, which helps with phonics and spelling. And last but not the least, the number tiles that actually help with number sense and children's problem solving. Let's take a sneak peek into the box of what we're offering. So this is our starter kits, which we're going to offer at $99.99. And then there are going to be 6 pieces of hardware in the box, and also 3 months of subscription, and then it will be $20 per month afterwards. If you're interested in looking at our website, please scan the QR code now, and you can have a look of all the details there. Now going to the software part, let's talk about the magic behind Bimo.
So the vision pipeline behind Bimo, it starts with an object detector and segmentation model. It's trained synthetically using domain randomized data. So this means we're essentially downloading a bunch of CAD models off the internet, adding them in the synthetic training as distractor objects, because who knows what the kids will have in the background. We don't want to be detecting those. We're only interested in the shapes that we're trying to detect. Supervision step. So this is essentially using the synthetically trained model and then applying some self-supervision techniques to fine-tune the model on real data. So after this, we have a custom shape and pose estimation step. This actually extracts the shape and orientation in the scene. And then we batch optimize them and extract the plane in the scene before reprojecting it and then displaying it to the user in a very simple interface. So we achieved this in real time in under 30 milliseconds using 100% on-device processing.
All right. So before we jump into a video demonstrating what we actually built, I want to talk a little bit more about what we call kind of the magic behind Bimo. And so when I talk about the magic behind Bimo, what I'm really talking about is how do you get a team of 5 AI-first engineers who are shipping code, who are shipping more code in a day than most people can ship in 2 weeks, to work coherently together towards one goal? And I think what we've hit on is really, I talked about this earlier with, you have to have a mental heuristic that you can use because you cannot read every line when you're reviewing a PR, right? And so we used a series of tools and architectural patterns to be able to accomplish this. The first is we have an AI called Reptile who's reviewing every single one of our PRs. And what Reptile is able to do is it knows exactly what type of code patterns we want, right? So in this case, we established what's known as like an MVVMS pattern, right? Model, view, and services layer. And so what that means is that when someone is working on the front end, we know that and Reptile knows as well, that the only files that they should be modifying are those views. When someone is doing business logic, the only files that need to be modified are the view models, unless they've changed the underlying schema behind them. And so with tools like this and the knowledge of hey, if you're working on this feature, we know exactly where that feature should live. This is, I think, what enabled us to have the kind of velocity that we were able to achieve, to be able to produce 3 games, a computer vision engine to drive those games, a hardware kit with multiple components, and to do it all in the span of 14 days. So now let's go ahead and pop the demo. And so this is the actual iPad app that kids jump into. You can see here we've got our first kind of tangram puzzle game. There is a camera view on the right, so you can see sort of what Alan is doing. So he's moving pieces in accordance to the puzzle set that's being shown to the user. And those pieces are being validated by the computer vision engine that he described a couple slides ago. And as he fits them into place, you can see that you get the visual feedback, and there you go. You've completed a level. Behind this is a learning engine that we've developed, which is actually tracking it's mapping each of these puzzles to a common core standard. And that common core standard is then being represented to the parent as in a sort of assessment-like engine way, where the parent is able to say, okay, Johnny Johnny has improved in spatial reasoning since he started playing with Bimo by X amount. And we can verify that by retesting Johnny on the same puzzles that he did when he first started the game. So in this way, we're hoping to combine both play and assessment into an all-in-one learning tool that's far beyond what's currently out there in the market today. And now to talk about the business model, Patrick.
So there are 3 total revenue streams possible here, where we have direct-to-consumer, we also have homeschooling, and then we also have the school licensing. Within the direct-to-consumer, there are many, many Montessori-based families that are looking for ways to expand their ability to be able to bring education home to their children without necessarily having to have an entire play set that is required to develop a Montessori-like environment for them to continue education at home. And so from here, we're looking at a 50,000 total target market of Montessori families, and then being able to target them through social channels and such that they typically exist on. The next level to that is the Montessori style homeschool market, which is 3.7 million total children within the United States. I mean, that is a very large target market. And it's only a very slight difference where we're taking the already existing learning system, but then allowing them to expand that learning model by allowing them to access assessments that allow them to be able to stay on core curriculum paths. The next part is then school licensing, where we are already partnering with the school actively and allowing them to beta test our tooling already so that they can actually take exactly what is working within our computer vision models, and then being able to expand on their Montessori education system, and then being able to actually apply the core curriculum education assessment as well. So that is Bimo. We are really trying to change how not only do children and families interface with screen-based education, but we're also trying to have them really change overall the interface in which we approach education altogether, in which therefore children interface later on with the world. So go ahead, follow us at Bimo on X or Twitter, and check us out on playbimo.com.
We do have a question from X for you guys. So this is specifically for Team Bimo. Have you guys found an efficient method to handle coding when several people and AI agents are all contributing at once?
So I think the key is, one, you need to have separation between your front end, back end. Like you cannot have an agent be doing both at once with multiple people in that repo. So definitely aligning on which features you're working on beforehand is going to be like a good way to do that. But I think what I talked about most specifically was the architectural pattern that we established up front, right? So knowing that if you need to change, so for example, we have a services pattern where We have like our database service, we have our audio service, we have our character animation service, we have our computer vision service. Those services are self-contained. So if someone needs to change something within them, they're only operating within that directory right there. And so as long as you know how that's actually going to, where you need to change code, you can work efficiently with multiple people. But there's definitely a lot of communication still involved on that.
There's a lot of architectural decisions that have to be made very early on. I mean, we had several whiteboarding sessions where we came up with a very definitive architecture and then stuck to that architecture early on. And then from there, that allowed us to really set up guidelines and barriers as to where each and every individual was working within that architecture.
If there's like one thing you would have done differently to make yourself even faster, what would that be?
It's a good question. One thing we could have done differently to make us go faster. Okay, so I think there's maybe the only way to go faster, or maybe only is maybe like a strong word, but maybe one way we could have gone faster is if we had perfectly designed from the outset what we had wanted to accomplish, right? But it's kind of like that metaphor where you're jumping out of a plane, or you're flying a plane as you're building it, right? And so there is a certain amount of cognitive load and therefore like slowdown that comes with having to make decisions as you're building. So that's maybe the one thing I would say is, having like a more well-defined idea of what we wanted to accomplish up front, but it's also part of the process, as we're building.
I'm going to say there really wasn't an option to go faster. Yeah, computer vision is hard. And overall, the architecture that we had come up with was, a great architecture, not only just to be able to build off of just our single game, but multiple applications. And we decided that very early on. So I honestly think the decisions we made early on collectively were probably not only just the most effective, but the fastest way to do it.
So this is the last follow-up, and it is specifically on computer vision. Does AI even help with computer vision, or did you just code it by yourself?
All right. It doesn't help as much as I wanted it to, but it did help with a lot of the tooling. So for example, you saw the synthetic generation. Basically, I just spun up a prompt, and it was able to code up a simulator in Blender to essentially download all the CAD models and start rendering almost immediately. The actual core technology that I developed was basically from scratch, and AI did not help as much there. It does help with the testing. It does help with maybe bouncing ideas around. But if you're implementing something almost completely novel, a lot of it will be you kind of setting the research direction.
I would extend on that and just say that like one thing that a lot of people miss and undervalue so much when coding with AI is the ability to just test and iterate. And so,
sure.
Watching him test and iterate constantly, I'm sure expedited the process significantly, not only just for the computer vision, but also for the applications themselves. And so I think if anybody were to be watching this and take one thing away, spend more time testing and doing R&D and AI, because the amount of time that typically that takes in a traditional engineering is easily 10, 15 times more than for you to do it now with AI. So, yeah.
Thank you. Let's give it up for Team Bimo.
Thank you.
There is 3,500 people watching us live right now on X. There's 1,000 people watching us live on YouTube. I want to welcome everyone to Gauntlet AI Demo Day. If you want to be a challenger for the next cohort, October 13th is when cohort 3 is starting. Apply.gauntletai.com. For the next project, I would love to welcome We Need to Talk. This is an app by David Malagloka, and it's an anonymous woman-first space for live judgment-free conversations. People can vent, get real-time advice, and feel supported by their fellow friends. Let's give it up for David. Now, if you have any questions for a presenter, we have a thread going on X right now. So if your question comes in on time, I can ask the presenter directly, and we can get your answers answered. We can get your questions answered.
All right. So we need to talk. The 4 worst words you could hear from your girlfriend. After being in a relationship for about 10 years now, I can say that we need to talk doesn't always mean we need to talk. There's levels to it. Sometimes it actually has nothing to do with your relationship at all. Your partner just wants to talk it out. And sometimes there's a problem that she's looking for a solution to. And other times, in her words, this direct quote from my girlfriend, she just needs to rant. And figuring out a space where people can have a place to actually talk it out together was a way to do that. So I've never really been good at mastering that distinction between, if it's problem time or solution time. But having grown up in a household full of women, they seem to have this innate superpower to understand that distinction. And so this idea of people looking for validation online has been something that is like super common. Reddit, people have like always have different sub communities trying to find different places to talk about. A common one being, am I the asshole? This is one of the most popular ones there, where people are just asking for other people's perspective on what they're talking about. Are they in the wrong? Is there some type of validation that's happening there? And so we need to talk is basically a safe space to talk it out together. Think Twitter Spaces, specifically made for women to have real conversations that are anonymous and supportive and judgment-free. These are some sample conversations right now, but the idea being these conversations are happening already. We just want to be a platform to kind of help facilitate where that can actually happen. So it's pretty simple. All you do is you start. This is a live demo, so if something breaks, we're doing it live. But you can join with just an anonymous name. Go and hit that link. It will go and create a new room once you give your mic permissions. And you can go and start the conversation. And you can see that I'm currently speaking right now. We'll go and mute this mic. You have that option. You can go and record the conversations so that people can come back and listen to it later. You have a real comment thread, so you actually can go and post like comments right then and there. And we can also have like transcriptions that can then summarize the conversations to ultimately tell you, what that conversation was actually spoken about, showing some of those titles that you saw on the homepage. That's basically it. We need to talk. We need to talk.com.
All right. Before we head off to lunch, and I know the audience is already thinking about lunch, I want to invite 2 more challengers for a few more questions, presenting Noah Campbell and Natalie Smith. Noah and Natalie, Gauntlet's about to come to an end. How do you feel?
Sad. So sad, so excited. Very grateful, very honored to be here and just be able to experience and talk about it.
Yeah, for me, I would say it's both the longest and shortest period of my life. It's been both, it's also been exactly what I was looking for the past couple of years, like the opportunity to like prove that I can write a bunch of code and I can make things that work even without like a bunch of technical experience in my past. So like it's been incredibly helpful and it's been a great time.
So I think both of you come in with technical backgrounds and you have been coding before Gauntlet. And so there's this term that's thrown around often, vibe coder. Could you tell me what you think about that and like how your process differs?
Yeah, so there's a negative connotation around vibe coder because it's like, oh, I'm not looking at the code or this, that, the other thing. And I mean, people are throwing around whatever labels there are. There's prompt engineer, context engineer, vibe coder, whatever it is. It's not set in stone at the moment. But I mean, I guess the best way to describe it for me is just I mean, I'm instead of me just writing the code, I'm just more of the planner. I'm just the planner guy now. I'm just outsourcing the nitty gritty writing code, so I can focus on parts of writing projects that I actually enjoy, which is figuring out problems, solving the problems, and those are still things that AI can't really do without a bunch of human intervention, and that's still stuff that like we have to do on a daily basis, because as much as I trust it to write code when I tell it to, I don't really trust it to solve a bunch of problems unsupervised still. So.
Yeah, so I was a huge AI skeptic before Gauntlet. I was a traditional vertical stack programmer, and now that I've done it and have been here with people who are producing real, actual enterprise applications, I can tell you vibes are not enough. You can't just code on vibes. You need a lot of widespread know-how about many different things and execute and apply and verify it quickly, especially if real people are going to use your tech. So I think vibe coding, although it's a funny term and I'm open to anyone saying whatever they want, isn't very accurate at all. I don't even think context engineering comes close. I think you really have to be a very fine-tuned expert and a rapid learner and a software solutions architect or something like that, and also be incredibly good at expressing your ideas. So maybe a technical writer in there as well.
So you guys talked about something that really caught my attention, which was the verification part. You know, Noah, you said you have to read through it. There has to be humans that involved. Natalie, you talked about verifying, making sure it's going in the right way. Could you give us or the audience some hints, like, hey, if we want to go down the Gauntlet route, what does this verification layer look like?
Yeah, so I feel like it would differ, like whichever one is more optimal for each person is going to be different. I've seen some people who read through every single line of code that an AI will write as it's being written. I see some people who don't do any checks at all. Those are like two extremes, and my personal belief is that it's neither of those. Like the way I try to do the verification is, I basically let it write the code, and if it works, then I'll like, okay, cool. I'll like skim through it, like, okay, cool. If it doesn't work, then that's when I actually need to get more involved, and I'll actually start like figuring out all the stuff that it did correct and both right and wrong. And that's when I start going like a little bit more into like well, I'm still not writing the code, but I'm going back into the more like before AI coding type of thing, where I need to like know every single tiny little thing that's going on in the code in order to fix it. For me, that's the verification. It's just making sure that when something goes wrong, well, then that's when I need to start stepping in a bit more.
I disagree. Sorry, no, but he's right. It's different for everybody. So I'm a very pedantic programmer, which means I thoroughly like to test everything. However, test-driven development doesn't really, if you guys have ever heard of that term, it doesn't really work when you are executing with AI at velocity. So the nice part about that is that you can write tests and validate them with your own human eyes and software know-how while you're writing them to be able to validate what you think it's doing. I thoroughly encourage automated testing, CI/CD pipelines, multiple environments, human testing, and reading your code. I always read the code. Sometimes there's so much code that you can't really read it all at once, but generally you get a feel for what's right and what's wrong, and you can say, oh my gosh, why did you hard code that string in there? So there's many different things and stages of validation. I would actually encourage people to do some reading about enterprise software system testing and layers of testing, and I think that those practices can apply to AI as well.
I think taking a step back, a question that we're getting on X a lot is like, could you describe the hiring process? Like what happens on a hiring partner day, for example?
Oh, okay. So we get to meet lots of super cool companies. And generally so a day at Gauntlet is very normal. You sit at your desk, you have whatever project you are doing, and you grind it out maybe until like 3 in the morning or something. But for the hiring partner projects, we really got to sit down and get introduced to the companies in these presentations. We had some one-on-ones and we talked about our previous experience and what they're looking for. their own layer of AI adoption, their particular niche in their industry, and how they see us fitting into that. It was super cool. It was really fun. There's too much to say about it to just take like 10 seconds to do it, but we did have a pretty thorough process to get to know which companies we would be best matches with.
Yeah, I would say that there's definitely, at least for me, like deciding which company I would want to go work for. The deciding factor was never, is this a cool company? Because they're all incredibly cool companies that I would totally enjoy working for. I've had to be very kind of nitpicky things because all of them are just insanely cool. But like the hiring process is like, it's very personal. I feel like much more so than outside, like, because I've done a ton of applying for software engineering jobs before Gauntlet, and it didn't really feel particularly personal or like very connected. Whereas like in Gauntlet, because I mean, it's a much smaller pool than like, I don't know, like the tens of thousands of people applying for like a specific, just some random software engineering job. Like you have way more time and way more resources to just go into a lot more depth with a specific person at a company, and you can make a much bigger impact on those interviews, I feel.
I would also say though, if you would like to work in a particular industry or with a company, build for it. Prove that you can actually do it.
So obviously Gauntlet is coming to an end. We have the next cohort coming up, and I always like to end with, what is that one thing you want to mention to a future challenger or someone coming into the Gauntlet in October? What to watch out for, what to do, what to be reminded of every day?
For me, it's get to know everyone in the cohort. Like for me, it's the biggest benefit of Gauntlet for me is meeting all the people here. Because my goal, and I think everyone's goal, should be to be the dumbest person in the room. Everyone in the room should always be smarter than you, so you can always pick up something that you didn't know beforehand. Otherwise, I feel like I'm not being the best person I can possibly be in terms of like learning something or improving in some way, because I mean, there's no way that I'm going to be like close to the best at anything, and I want to keep getting better. So like for like the online segments for Gauntlet, like always be talking, be getting to know the people, so that way it's easier to connect with them when you're in person, and just keep those connections after Gauntlet. It's the most important thing.
I would echo that. Noah and I are buddies. So we've already made lots of friendships here, and virtually everyone you're going to meet is going to be extremely smart. The other thing I would say is, well, two things. One of them everyone else has already said, which is build what you think you can't. Do the impossible. If you think it's impossible, you can probably still do it. So that's kind of what I found with AI, is it's a force multiplier, but it also teaches you to force multiply yourself and apply yourself to the best fields to actually build things. And the second thing is to pace yourself. It is a marathon, not a sprint. There are many, many people who pulled many, many all-nighters, and they're still here, but I'd like to see them be a little bit healthier. So if you're going to do Gauntlet, work very, very hard, but pace yourself, and you will still make it.
Let's give it up for Noah and Natalie, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank the 3,800 people watching us live right now on X and YouTube. We will be taking a break for lunch for our lovely audience that's joining us here today. We will be back in about 20 to 30 minutes with more presentations, more insights, and an inside look into what it is like being a Gauntlet Challenger. Thank you very much, and see you soon. Welcome back to Gauntlet Demo Day. For those of you that are just joining us, we went through a number of presentations this morning. We had over 4,000 people watching live. So right now, we're going to take this opportunity to introduce a few special guests. I want to introduce Austin Allred, CEO and founder. And I want to introduce Brett, who leads go-to-market and sales. We're going to take this opportunity to learn from each of them what Gauntlet is actually like, what it's about, what the goal is for a hiring partner. But before we get to all of those topics and even some questions from our live audience, I want to ask each of them, what is Gauntlet?
Turn it on. Test. One day I'll be able to answer that question easily. I was at an event last night and I described Gauntlet as a place that we bring the smartest people in the world, we train them to use AI, and then we help them get great jobs. And the person I mentioned that to was like, oh, so you take the smartest people in the world, you teach them the most cutting edge technology, and then you help them get jobs? Like that third part doesn't seem like the hard part. I was like, yeah, there is some element of truth to that, but that's what we do.
I need to be careful as we sit in UT's campus as I think about how I want to describe this. But I would say that Gauntlet is satisfying the promise that a lot of higher education institutions made, particularly in the graduate degree program. And we're doing that by identifying the smartest individuals. We're doing that by proving grit throughout the process, and then giving companies an opportunity to make the right culture fit decisions for their team. And so I'm excited to demystify how the matching process works here today. But yeah, there's a short and sweet one.
I think that's a good point. I think we had a lot of challengers, potential app. We talked about a lot of questions from potential applicants, but there's this whole other side to things, which is the hiring partner side. Could you describe maybe the types of companies that are being involved as hiring partners, and sort of their sort of mission and their focus as to why they're hiring?
Sure. So I'll take that one first. I mean, with Cohort 2 in particular, the thing that has me most excited is just the diversity and opportunities for the challengers. So we had 20 companies sign up to participate as hiring partners, ranging from pre-seed, hey, I'm looking for literally the second person to join me on this ride, all the way to publicly traded companies. So the range there is pretty vast, but I think the one universal truth amongst all the hiring partners is that they want to plant the flag in the ground that says, hey, we are all in on AI. We know that this is where the world is headed, and we want to find the people that are on the leading edge that can help bring the culture of their company up to par with where the industry is headed.
Yeah, it's interesting. In my conversations with hiring companies, in Cohort 1, the conversation went like, hey, we find, the smartest people, and companies like, yes, we want that. And we make sure that they work really, really hard, and companies like, I'm in. And then we say, and we, teach them to do everything with AI, and companies like, oh, that's cool. For Cohort 2 and beyond, it's been the reverse, where I feel like a lot of the times we're talking to companies about what's possible with AI, and the minute you see it, we don't have to do too much. You can see the wheels in somebody's head start to turn, and there are so many different ways that AI can and should be applied across their companies. I mean, we had I don't know what's confidential and what's not, but we had one company that hired in Cohort 2 that they raised a round of funding specifically so that they could hire Gauntlet challengers, because they hired a couple in the first cohort and they saw how immediate that impact was on their company. And they're like, oh my gosh, this changes our strategy. This changes our roadmap. This changes our go-to-market. This changes our revenue. We need to do everything a lot more differently. And so I think we're at a really interesting turning point in history where the few companies that are early and the few companies that get it, they start going down a path that's just a lot better overall and not many companies see that yet.
I think there was two threads that both of you mentioned. One was like AI strategy, and the other was like the matching process. I want to start with the strategy part of this, right? As a company sort of looking into the AI market, the AI space, what do we think of like number of engineers on a team, how AI should be sort of used across the organization? Like what trends are you guys seeing?
Sure. So, I mean, the really, I would say, basic and maybe even lazy answer is to say, oh, I can implement AI, I can reduce my headcount, I can save a bunch of costs, I can do all of that. I think where the real opportunity within organizations is taking that same team and enabling them to do 10 times more than what they did before. And I think it's doubling down on new features, new initiatives, clearing up that backlog, and then, yes, turning around and pursuing cost savings initiatives. But this should be exciting. This shouldn't be something where everyone feels like we're in a defensive posture and using AI to keep the enemies at the gates. No, this is definitely something that is going to enable teams to push the envelope of what's possible. And I'm really excited to see when organizations at scale adopt AI at scale, because I really don't think that there's a great example out there today. But over the next 12 to 18 months, we're going to start to see more and more.
Yeah, it's funny. I honestly initially thought that the answer would be just in, oh, you can do more with less. That means you need to hire fewer people. That means you need smaller teams. And so the costs will all go down. There is some element of truth to that. But what we see more often is a company that goes, hey, we went into a customer meeting and we were describing we were showing them our software, and they turned around and said, oh, I would love if it could do X and Y and Z. And we turned around with X and Y and Z 4 hours later, and they instantly bought, right? So to echo Brett's sentiment a little bit, I think it's really easy for especially a lot of kind of C-level executives to see the impact on, I'll call it the bottom line. Like, oh, we could be more profitable if we had fewer people doing the exact same amount of stuff. What we see actually happening is, yes, you're doing more with less, but an increase in the top line, right? You bring in more revenue, you ship more product, you can get more done, you have fewer bottlenecks, and at the end of the day, more stuff gets built. So I think, in a perfect world, what happens over the next few years is just the amount of software that gets built 10x's, 100x's. And I think it already has to some extent, and it already, that we're seeing the very, very early stages of that happening. We're in a really weird bubble within Gauntlet where doing stuff feels normal to us, and then me and Brett and our team go out and make contact with the outside world and realize that they all think that what I see every day is impossible, and it's a really weird position to be in. And you have, you're like, no, come see it. And when people come see it, that's kind of cheating for us. But I think companies will look very, very different in the future than they do today. Not because, I guess not just because they're smaller. They may be smaller teams than they used to be, but the amount that gets built and the amount that software is customized to serve exactly what you need instead of, here's a bunch of features and good luck integrating it and then heaven help you. Like, I think it just looks a lot better for everybody.
I think one of the interesting things that you guys are saying is like, there's so many factors at play here, right? The amount of software that needs to be built, this bubble of Gauntlet, and the outside world not having that full understanding of what's capable with AI. Like, talk about how like a company's coming in from this outside world, this external party. What are the factors that we're considering when giving them interviews, when matching them? Like, how do we know that this person is going to be the right person for them?
Are we talking about the specific challenger matching for the cohort experience? Yeah, it's a good question. So, I mean, folks that sign up to become hiring partners, we understand that everybody wants people that are really bright. We understand that everybody wants tech-enabled people that have AI skills. Okay, great, that's everybody. How do we narrow the scope? We narrow the scope with things like, I would say, location preferences is a key driver. A lot of the hiring partners that participate in our program, they see, hey, these folks are going to be in office 7 weeks for 80 to 100 hours a week. That's the culture that we want to build. Maybe not to the 80 to 100 hours, but an in-office culture is key for a lot of these partners. I think beyond that, it's really trying to understand where the organization wants to go and how they can incorporate AI into not only continuing to do what the organization currently does well, but how do they serve customers and deliver more unique, personalized experiences that inevitably drive higher revenue. Because I think where the efficiencies are going to be felt are going to be more on the customer side than internal. And I think that whoever delivers a world-beating experience is going to win. Whoever can deliver that personalized experience for each unique person and individual, which is only possible with AI, is going to win.
Yeah, I think to go back to the question of the matching. There have been the first thing that comes to my mind is where there are, to some extent, I'll call it failures, small failures on our part, and the failures have come, and they're not failures that are insurmountable or, but when a hiring company comes in and they say, okay, Gauntlet is a pipeline for engineering talent, we're going to run the exact same hiring process that we always run, looking for the exact same criteria, and you can do that within Gauntlet, right? It can work. But then people are always shocked on the other side when they start to understand what a Gauntlet person is capable of. We're not just training software engineers. We're training people that know how to wield AI in many different instances. And it's an entire tool set and set of mind and framework that is so powerful. And it's most easily exhibited to the outside world. It's trying to compare apples to apples by saying, look at what we can build, look at how fast we can build it. Yes, it's still secure. Yes, it's still scalable. Yes, it still works, despite the constraints. But if you talk with the Gauntlet challengers, they spend more of their time. I mean, the building for a Gauntlet challenger comes, I don't want to say free, but like getting something built is the easy part. Figuring out what to build, how to build it, creating that plan. By the time you're passing off something to AI, so much work has gone into that includes AI as a part of that kind of human machine symbiosis. I think not enough companies understand. I don't blame the companies. Not enough companies understand that or what that means, or that there's a difference between just dropping somebody in and saying this is an engineer. It sounds a little bit cliche maybe, but I think of Gauntlet challengers as first and foremost AI powered problem solvers, and software and the software that you need to build is among the problems that you can solve. I mean, we see people, and you look at demos, people that are figuring out how to order wooden play sets using AI, people that are building, stuff that's not even software per se using AI because they know how to work with, they have a very close relationship with AI and they know how to make AI do what they want it to. And that's super, super powerful, not just in software.
I think for those that are just learning about Gauntlet AI or joining us live here today at UT, one of the things that most people don't know about are hiring partner events, right? So these are days where hiring partners are actually coming in, introducing their companies, and actually the rundown of this day is actually very useful and personalized for both sides. So do you guys want to walk through maybe some of the highlights of that day and what it looks like for a hiring partner?
Sure. So I'll actually take a step back and talk about how do we get there. So the first thing is after a hiring partner signs up, we send them a hiring partner questionnaire. We gather all the tangibles and intangible feedback, and then we map that back to a challenger questionnaire. And then once we have a good understanding of who the recommendations are when it comes to the event week, we'll effectively start by inviting the hiring partners in, to give their, elevator pitch. Hey, this is who we are. This is why we're interested in hiring from the program. And then we'll let the hiring partner questionnaire and the challenger questionnaire sort of inform the one-on-one matching that we do. And then we'll take feedback from those interviews to then inform the next recommendation. So really it's, I would say, curated speed dating would be maybe a great way to put it. Yeah. Okay. Ash is nodding.
Yeah, and I have to say the hiring partners love it, right? Being able to see that many candidates that quickly and sort of being able to check if they should go to the next round is important.
And having a clear understanding that everybody that I meet with is going to meet my baseline criteria and in a lot of cases exceed the baseline criteria is really amazing.
So in terms of people wanting to become a hiring partner, maybe they're watching right now and they're thinking, okay, is this for me or not? What would you say makes a hiring partner a good fit?
Well, let's work in reverse. You are not a good fit if you want to hire someone immediately tomorrow. You are a great fit if you're looking for a pipeline of top tier talent that you're looking to add as another arrow in your recruiting quiver, so to speak. So you should look at Gauntlet as a way that you can recruit top talent on a recurring and ongoing basis. And that's the approach that we see be most successful. It's not trying to solve yesterday's problem with a new hire. It's really trying to say, okay, we're going to have people that we add over time, and we're going to partner with Gauntlet to make sure that everybody that we recruit is of top caliber.
Yeah, my initial reaction was going to be the first thing is at a minimum, a curiosity, at a maximum, a dedication to rethinking the way things are done with AI is probably the most important factor that determines whether or not someone should hire from Gauntlet. If you're at all interested in that or intrigued by that, we can show you what that looks like. We can, cross-reference with other teams. And, importantly, we can help you find the talent. If you're already at the point where, you're using AI and you don't know if you're maxing out the ways you could be using it, or if you want to be able to. And we talk to so many companies that are trying so hard to find AI first engineering talent, and it doesn't exist. Like, if it existed, we could still run a filtering process of some sort, but to a person, if you were to talk to Gauntlet challengers and ask, if you were to give them a challenge on day one of Gauntlet and ask them to do X, which we actually do, so I can compare, but what they do in week one of Gauntlet, if I were to give that to them today, they could all do it eyes closed, no problem. And when they first got it, even for the most experienced people who'd been using AI the most, it's just extremely challenging. So in my mind, people that need to hire AI first, we're really the only place you can go. You can try to find people who've been studying on their own, but they're very few and they're hard to get and they're hard to find. But yeah, overall, I think if your organization is thinking, hey, we could be using AI differently, or AI could be powerful for us, you're crazy not to talk to us at a minimum. I'm biased a little bit, but yeah, I genuinely believe that.
And I mean, just to expand on that a little bit, I think some of our best partners are the ones where the buy-in is all the way up at the top. They understand that, hey, I need to support my team all the way down through and through. I mean, one of the most exciting partners that we had an opportunity to work with, and I can't name them. I'm watching you, Alex. You know who I'm talking about. Anyway, part of the reason why is because I was so impressed with they're a publicly traded company. They have 500 plus engineers. Okay. And I'm talking to the SVP of engineering and I'm saying, hey, how do we know that your team is really bought into this? This thing's kind of non-standard, especially for what you guys typically do. And he goes, all the way from the CEO down, we're bought into AI. We need this. And to their credit, they've approached the interview process in a very non-standard way. And they're going to get some of the best folks in the program, candidly, that if you look at the paper resume, might not be, but man, they can code.
I think before we get to the audience questions, I have one last question, which I think keeps popping up on X, keeps popping up with people I'm talking to today is, hey, I love my engineers. I don't need new engineers, right? I just want to make sure that my current engineers are going to be just as good as, they're going to be AI first and be able to use AI. What do I do?
And I can't borrow them for 10 weeks?
Yeah, and I can't be like, hey, take my engineers for 10 weeks in Austin, Texas, have them, completely not do company work for a little bit.
Well, one of the interesting evolutions that we've seen is that at the top end, folks will say, hey, I want to take my principal staff level engineer, send them in a Gauntlet. And then they realize what 10 weeks, 80 to 100 hours weeks really is. And they don't want to lose that person. So what we came up with to meet that demand is our Catalyst program. It starts 3 weeks remote, part-time, and then you're going to join us in Austin for 3 weeks, full-time, intense. Now, the main driver behind that is each company will get to self-define a capstone project. Think about it as, what's the deliverable that I'm getting for sending my staff or principal level engineer to this program for 3 weeks that's going to justify the ROI. And we're kicking that off in September. We're really excited for the partners that we have signed up to participate. And we'll have more in between the hiring cohorts throughout 2026. So if it's too late for you to join us in September, that's okay. We have more going on in 26, so we'd still love to talk to you.
Yeah, that one was interesting for me to see come about because, one of the ways that we create AI first talent is, we know how to do that, right? And then we see that get dropped into companies and, Brett and I laugh because we can tell exactly when someone starts working at that company because a week later the CEO is calling us and demand what is this? How did that happen? And how do I get more of that? And then how do I get everybody else to be doing the same stuff? So a lot of the that program that we created that we call Catalyst, it was really designed around those people who saw what happens when you what a Gauntlet challenger is capable of. And then you want the rest of your team to be able to experience and learn that more than, asking the Gauntlet challenger a bunch of questions about how to do stuff. So I think it's a really, I'm really, really excited to see what happens when, we don't get all the same filter. Brett keeps telling me I can't push people to 120-hour weeks even when they're in Austin, which is a little too bad. But I think you can get the core understanding of what AI does really well, how to use it really well, and I'm excited that we can spread that throughout teams of existing people. Not everyone is ever going to be in a place where they can take 10 weeks off or switch a job, so it'll be good.
Cool. All right. I want to open up the questions for the people who are joining us live here today at UT. If anybody has a question, please come up to the front and ask.
I'll meet you guys to make it a little easier. So name if you want, and then the question.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Fani. I have a question about how are we envisioning AI-first engineers fit into traditional enterprises who still follow the waterfall and sprint methodologies in the SDLC process?
Yeah, that's an excellent question. So it's something we think about a lot, and we talk to hiring partners about a lot. When you put a Gauntlet, and so I'll think about it in terms of for the Gauntlet challengers, when you drop them into a company, what happens? Usually what happens in the first cohort was someone would say, hey, so-and-so assigned me 6 weeks worth of work, and 2 hours later I turned around and it was done, and then they call me is what usually happens. But no, I think, and we've been trying to prepare the Gauntlet challengers for this, that you're going to have a few different roles when you get put into these companies. One of them is going to be, being excellent and building stuff and, doing the normal day-to-day work of being an engineer, or those of you that are forward deployed engineers, building stuff for the companies. Those of you that are in, different types of roles, doing that role really well. The other part that's really important is helping the rest of the team around you understand what AI is capable of, how to use it, what tooling is best. But I know, giving a list of tools is really easy. Helping people understand how to use those tools is much more difficult, and what to use. I think it was Andrew who the other day said, I used to think of AI as like a hammer that was looking for a nail. Now I look at AI as like there's this full tool belt full of 15 different tools that are all AI based, and knowing how and when to apply the right one to solve any problem is really what AI looks like. So a lot of the job of Gauntlet folks is to help those around them know what those are and how to use them to the extent that they can. And yeah, I think the ripple effect from that will cause all sorts of different things that I'm not going to go into now, but that's high level how I think about it.
Yeah, I think one of the things that we're all going to have to start wrapping our heads around is that the team of front end and the team of back end engineers can maybe be consolidated down to one person managing a particular product or feature, because what we're seeing is that AI is simultaneously doing the front end and back end. So if you were to separate those two functions out, they could sort of run over top of each other. I think what we're going to see in terms of how it fits into a sprint or a waterfall methodology is that the time that it takes to get a prototype into a customer's hands is going to be a lot smaller. And the time to have usable feedback to incorporate that in and make another change is going to be much quicker. So I think we're going to start to see the sprint cycles kind of either cut down on time or expand in terms of scope, and that it'll be more individuals having ownership over particular features or parts of the product instead of maybe, this particular line of code in it. Now, teams can definitely take graduates from the program and put them into a more traditional software engineering role, and they can use Cursor and knock out their week's worth of work in 8 hours. We think that in order to get the best use of these folks, they're all high agency. Give them ownership and responsibility over something.
I think I'll add one thing here, which is that traditional software engineering practices will all have to be rethink. You'll notice that a couple of the graduates that came up on stage today talked about test-driven development, talked about services, talked about architecture. We're going to have to fundamentally rethink how we're approaching this in the world of AI. And I think that's what Gauntlet is getting really good at. That if you stay at the forefront of AI, at the frontier of knowledge when it comes to these practices, can you rethink how those practices are done in a better way?
Yeah, and the one thing that I know Gauntlet has heard me say it a gazillion times, but one of the most important parts of your job is to stay on the cutting edge of AI, because the pace of change is just vertical. And so just ride that wave. We're not all going to, there's probably stuff that we're behind on because we've been here today and we haven't played with it yet. So keep doing the research, keep staying up to date, keep experimenting with stuff. And yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to cut off the question in the back.
Next question.
Hi, my name is Ion Petropoulos. I come all the way from Greece to meet you guys. I'm applying for Cohort 3. Shout out to my friend Hutch for letting me know about this amazing initiative. Let's give him a round of applause. Yeah, sure. So my question will be, apparently there's a lot of talent concentrated in this room. Is your vision at any point for these people or for the next cohorts to create their own companies maybe and build their own ideas and maybe fundraise and go the startup way? Or are you planning to stick more with external companies doing all the work?
Yeah, short answer is we're still trying to figure that out to some extent. I think there will be a world where it makes sense for folks to go start a company. We've been tooled so far to match with companies, and like we're very different from Y Combinator in that regard. I'm went through YC and know what that's like. So it's a different skill set to go. Not a different skill set to some extent, but going and building a company, there's all sorts of stuff that have to be right in order for that company to work that we haven't filtered for and we haven't taught at all. So there might be some instances where that all works really well and it's off to the races. So I'm interested in that. We've talked a lot about what Gauntlet Ventures looks like, but it's still it's still being shaped, and we're still trying to understand it. So that's the honest answer is we're interested, and we don't have the answer yet.
We have over 4,000 people joining us live on X. So if you're joining us live on X on the stream, if you want to ask a question, you can do so right in the thread. Any questions in the audience?
Yes, we have another question.
Hey guys, my name is not relevant, but so I've had the opportunity to see Gauntlet up close, and I think there's this general misconception about vibe coding in general, right? Like you have the equivalent of mechanics in a garage on one side, but then you have like F1 mechanics, right? You have people who are the best of the best. And I've also seen this empowerment amongst this group over the last, say, 8 weeks, where, you know, people came into this cohort saying, yo, it'd be sick to learn a little bit of Cursor, a little bit of AI. But now in these last weeks, I've seen this switch to this model where it's like, yo, I can build whatever I want, whenever I want, as fast as I want. So my question is, if you could elaborate to potential applicants, not just like we're going to be learning AI tooling, but if you could go into the depth of what you think by the end of this cohort, like the new skills, the Navy SEAL level of talent and just general wherewithal that they'll have, I think this is something that's really cool to people applying, because you're just going to become like an entire company in of yourself. And if you don't see that shift firsthand throughout the cohort, it's hard to wrap your mind around.
Yeah, well said. No, I think one of the things that we're constantly talking about and internally, but not talking about as much externally, is that one of the most important things that happens within Gauntlet is a mindset shift. And we are intentionally throwing, I mean, looking around at the challengers, I remember how many of you came to me on day 2 and said, hey, what you're asking of us is impossible and unreasonable, and you should stop it. And we said no and keep going, and you figured it out. And now, like I referenced earlier, now you could do what you had to do in week 1, no problem, probably easily in less than 24 hours, I would think. And I think there is one of the most fun aspects of Gauntlet for me and for the staff is watching, well, to some extent, intentionally designing an environment where you realize that you can do whatever you want, that you can learn anything that you need to, and that most of the limits that have been placed in what you can do and how you can learn and what you can learn are all external and pretty fake. And I think that's probably my favorite part of Gauntlet, is just watching people realize that you can just do things. You can just do whatever you want. And yeah, if you don't have the ability to do something today, we don't have as many purely non-technical people now as we did in cohort 1, where we kind of ran an experiment of, we put in a few people who had never written a line of code before. And that the learning curve for that is absolutely insane to be able to make it through, and not everybody did. But the only difference between being a software engineer and not being a software engineer is when you run into a problem, do you figure out the stuff that you need to in order to solve the problem? Or do you say, I can't do that because I don't know that yet? And as long as your loop looks like, if I encounter something that I don't understand, I'll just learn what I need to and then overcome that. That's the path that is really, really powerful. And when you combine that with not turning down challenges that seem scary or timelines that seem unreasonable, that's where really, really great stuff happens. So yeah, thank you.
I think probably my favorite thing being a part of Gauntlet is watching folks that have all the skills in the world. They just don't have the confidence. And then 10 weeks later, they're walking around with like a little bit of swagger. I'm looking at you, Noah. I know you're tired. But seriously, like watching folks go from, hey, I understand the technology, I work super hard, but no one's ever really turned around and validated that. And then for them to receive the validation, and it's not BS, like this thing is hard. I think if there's one thing that you should take away from this, it's that this is very hard. But the combination of IQ, EQ, and grit is kind of the trifecta for someone that can go problem solve, and that's what we select for here. So
I'm not going to pass up an opportunity to talk about the curriculum. So when it comes to learning at Gauntlet, there's two things to think about: building with AI and building AI. I think one thing that people need to realize is that the biggest metric for us is that when alumni come back into the building, do they feel left behind? Because if they do, and you can talk to the alumni in the audience right now, that we've done our part in raising the bar with every single cohort. And with cohort 3 coming up, I'm afraid all of you cohort 2 graduates, I think there's going to be a few things you don't know about. And I'm afraid that we're going to keep raising the bar and keep ensuring that our curriculum matches where AI is and at the frontier of that knowledge level. That means if we have to remake it, which we're remaking it now, we will. And that ensures that everybody is able to not only understand architecture, software design, AI enterprise, scaling agents, whatever the topic is, we will find and ensure it is taught. But I think immersion is also our curriculum. I think the people around you is also our curriculum. And I think that experience is unmatched. Last question.
I think we're on our last 2 questions.
Okay, 2 questions.
We do have a challenge, but come down here so you can go first.
Hi, how y'all doing? My name is James. I'm an Austin local and actually also an applicant for Q3. Where's my grease buddy? There you are. Hey, so weird question. So there's kind of an obvious focus on companies that center around technology and coding and whatnot. Do y'all see any, or are y'all trying to move into industries that are not inherently technical? Which are, yeah. Sorry, you're already on.
Yeah, no, sorry. I have a firm belief that every company is a technology company, whether or not they realize it. Capital One. Everyone looks at them as a bank, but for a while there, they were hiring more software engineers than anyone else on the planet. And that's crazy to think about. And I think that we're going to see the sort of coming together of how do we use new and innovative technology to solve real world physical brick and mortar problems. And that's really exciting for me. And kind of how I think about it in my head with the customer base, it's like, who makes software and who uses software? And I think the who uses software turning into people that are making their own software is really sort of the next wave of opportunity, both in the economy and for us, full transparency.
That does give me a chance to talk about the hardware lab that we're building out for cohort 3 that cohort 2 gets mad about because they didn't get to experience it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of, with AI, there's a lot more you can do with real world and robotics that used to be completely unreasonable. So we're building out, won't be the biggest hardware lab in the world, but a lot of physical stuff, a lot of hardware that we'll be playing with. And that's a lot of fun too. But yeah, in some ways, I feel like companies that don't have any engineering are at an advantage today versus where they were 3 years ago. Because all the companies that are building software the traditional way have to rethink the way that they're building stuff. So if you're behind in that, it's less of you're going to be at less of a disadvantage as you shift to AI than you were before, because you can jump. I mean, I think about the analogy of like in Africa, they never really got Wi-Fi rolled out, but then when 3G and 4G and 5G were there, they had better 5G than we did in the US, because in the US we were still trying to rely on Wi-Fi for a bunch of stuff. They never had that, so they didn't have to deal with it. So they had cell service that crushed ours. And I think a lot of companies are going to be in that position where, yeah, you might not have 1,000 hardcore, highly trained software engineers, but throw in a few people with some AI knowledge and you can kind of leapfrog a lot of that. So
we're now on our last question.
Hi,
I am a member of Cohort 2, and I think I speak for everybody when I say we kind of knew what to expect, but not too much, because Cohort 1 was the first time that this had ever happened. So question is, what is the biggest change between Cohort 1 and Cohort 2 that you saw? And how far do you think this is going to go for like Cohort 1 billion? Because I'm sure most of us still want to be a part of it somehow, even just speaking about it.
Yeah, we definitely need to figure out exactly what we're going to do for alumni stuff, even if it's, hey, let's get together every quarter or semi-annually or stuff like that. And I know that we can't even get rid of all of you, so you'll all be around. No, but I think some of the biggest changes were in Cohort 1, we didn't really know what to expect with AI. Like, we'd seen probably more of it than almost anybody else, but there were 0 people that had gone heads down and spent 1,000 hours just building stuff, just using AI. So we had no idea what that was going to look like, and it blew us away. So that let us actually raise the standards, make project timelines shorter, expect more. Also, the models got way better, or the models and the tooling. I was just talking with someone during the break about the difference between Cohort 1 and Cohort 2, because there weren't any like major breakthrough models, or it's not like there was like a single tool that was like just dramatically better, but everything's just getting a little bit better, a little bit at a time. So we can cheat and blame AI for everything. What was a 2-week project in Cohort 1 was pretty much one-shottable by Claude Opus by Cohort 2. I don't think that's happened to quite the same degree yet, but yeah, the tooling changes, the models change. Gauntlet gets a little bit more well-known and a little bit less risky for the folks coming in. We have more companies with each cohort, so hopefully all of that just keeps compounding and keeps getting better and better and better forever. Yeah.
Thank you, guys. Let's give it up for Austin Allred and Brett Johnson. For those who are just joining us, we have over 4,000 people watching live. We're going to go back to our project presentations, and we're going to go back to the capstone projects of our amazing Cohort 2 graduates. For the next project, we have Trillotion. Trillotion is an app that helps music artists generate time-synced AI music videos, allowing them to express their creative vision and to create promotional short-form content on demand whenever they need it. Please welcome Zakir and Trillotion.
Hello, hello. So we've seen AI video generation businesses explode in 2025. We've seen automated UGC ads on short form from the startup Real Farm, which is already at 40K MRR, and similar tools from Icon's Ad GPT. And we've seen an explosion of viral video ads from Google's VO3 on TikTok and Reels. So these solutions are great for businesses for creating ads because they include sound generation so that your VO3 characters can speak for your business. So there's a lot of opportunity in AI video generation as a promotional tool, but no one is bringing that technology to people who have existing audios that they need time-synced AI videos for. In particular, human music artists who do spend quite a bit of money on music marketing. So for my capstone, I tackled that technology and called it Trillotion. It's a platform for creating AI-generated music videos that sync to music artists' existing songs. We have a full-fledged video editing interface that is custom-built for AI video generation and includes editing tools that are relevant to music in particular. Let's jump into the demo. So we've got our beautiful landing page with our call to action button at the top. And these are some existing demo videos that have been created with our app. Let's watch one. So I wanted to call out a few things about that video. So first of all, that video is 36 seconds long and cost me about $2 to make. So it's about 6 times cheaper than Google's VO3. Another thing is that the character that you saw is consistent throughout the video, but appears in different scenes and in different environments. So think about the kind of workflow you would need to make that happen with current AI tools, right? You'd be using Midjourney, you'd be downloading images, you'd be finding environment images, and you'd be taking multiple images, throwing them into GPT Image 1 or Gen 4 Turbo, and then generating video clips, splicing them together. It would be a very complex workflow that would involve a lot of different AI tools and a lot of different websites. And the last thing I wanted to point out about that video is that it's time synced. So not only are the chops of the different video clips time synced, but there are also moments where the movements of the character itself is time synced to the music in the background. And so that's something that CapCut and other video editing softwares can't do for you. And the way we achieve that is with a motion syncing Python script that detects the motion curve of a generated video and elastically alters the playback and the frame rate of the video to match the pulse of the music. So let's jump into the app and create a new music video. So you open up your dashboard. You have to spend 200 credits to make a new video, which is about $3.33. On the first step of our flow, you can upload the audio that you want time synced. For this example, we're uploading a Travis Scott song. You can choose the snippet that you want in your music video. And in our first step, we're designing the character that will star in our music video. And so in this prompt, I just typed a very simple, low-effort prompt that just says, punk cat. And then we're selecting some badges that make it easy to have good prompt engineering specificity for your character with low effort, and all the fields are optional. And you'll see that just from that simple prompt, punk cat, we extract a lot of creative utility. And so here we've auto-generated character designs with good prompt engineering specificity just from that punk cat prompt. And so even the prompting process has been automated. From these character designs, we generate images. And although this video is sped up, in real time, the time it takes to generate all these images is the same as if you were generating just one image, because all the image generation happens in parallel. So if you were using ChatGPT for this workflow, it would take a very long time. You've probably generated an image with ChatGPT. Maybe it takes you a minute for one image to generate. I think we have, let's see, 15 images up there. That would take you quite some time. But in this app, it happens in 1 minute for all 13 at the same time. So we choose the character that we like. And I'm choosing this punk cat with a mohawk in the bottom right. And now we're going to generate this same character in different poses. And so the prompts for the poses that the character is in are also auto-filled. So here's our main character of our music video in different poses. And you can choose the ones that you like. And in our next step, we're generating the designs of the environment that the character will appear in. And this is also another LLM call. So we've got 6 different environment designs that the LLM thinks are appropriate for a punk cat to appear in. And so you see we have another parallel image generation call. And these are different environments that our LLM thinks a punk cat would look good in. So we've got a skate park, we've got some graffiti, we've got a dive bar, and these match with the user specified in their badges as well. I think I clicked on psychedelic environments in the prompting. So you choose the environments that you like, and now we're pairing the different poses of our character with our different environment backdrops. And so this is forming the arc of our music video, where we'll see our character, what environments they'll appear in, which results in a storyboard. And so these are the combined images that are generated of our character in our different environments. And these will be turned into video clips. And now we're specifying what our character is going to do in each part of the music video. So we do some autofilling here that has some automated prompting for what the character will do in these scenes, but I've got some creative direction that I'm adding. And so we're describing what our video clips are going to look like. And these are all the video clips that were generated in parallel. And so the user can choose the ones they like. So it saves a massive amount of time. Think about all the tools you'd have to go through to make this happen. And in our final step of our flow, we have a video editing interface. So this is a clone of the CapCut software, which is a popular video editing tool. So we've got our timeline at the bottom with all of our clips that are loaded in automatically. We've got our audio that the user uploaded, also loaded in automatically. And there are some tools in this interface that are specific to AI video generation and time syncing to music. So when a clip is selected, you can see that we've got this button, some buttons in the top right, time sync to music, extend with reversal, generate from last frame. So the time syncing you'll see in action. That's the elastic playthrough that I described. The extend with reversal takes a clip and concatenates it to its own reversal. Since these video clips that are coming in are pretty short, that's how a lot of the generation models work, is the clips tend to be pretty short. And then generate from last frame, we'll generate a new video from the last image of a video clip. We've also got a new... So that's the initial music video that was put together from the AI. And now we've got a lot of creative opportunity to customize it to our liking, to bring in more creative material. So I'm going to generate a new clip here because I'm not happy with some of the clips that were generated. And we're going to do a montage here. And you'll see me using this app to generate new clips, do some splicing, do some time syncing. And through this whole flow, we're staying inside of the same app to create this music video. So there's a clip of this character dancing, but it's not dancing, and that's pretty frustrating. So I'm going to time sync it. And in the final product, you'll see that the character is dancing in time with the music. And so now we're exporting our clip, and you can see the final output that we have. Yeah. Let's go. Can't nobody pop it like I do. Pop it to her, drop like I do. Daddy in the 7 like I do. 7. Give she sim, she had you. Let's go. Still tuck open, they try you. Pick up the non-buy you. That skin cut out of the bayou. And that's our output music video. So you just saw a workflow to design visually engaging music videos from start to finish for less than $3. And the whole creative flow was in one website, and we guide the user through the whole process. This technology can have a massive impact on the music promotion industry and on short-form video platforms. So we're live at Trillotion.com. This is a Next.js app. The video editing tools are written in Python. We've got Supabase data storage backend, and we're deployed on DigitalOcean. And it costs $10 to make 3 music videos, and the company makes a profit because we're using replicate API calls in the backend that can be swapped out as models get cheaper. And I've started using the product to promote itself on TikTok, and the next step is to run targeted ads towards creatives. Thank you.
for the next project. First and foremost, let's give it up for Sakir and Trillotion, ladies and gentlemen. Next up is Group Predictify. We have an app that lets sports-only betting and users trade on real-world game outcomes using Kalshi's CFTC-regulated backend and with compliance handled using a broker. Please welcome Andrew Kim, Gaurang, and Ricardo Pena.
Oh, okay. All right, so welcome to Predictify, final name to be determined, but it's an advanced introducing broker platform that brings professional trading tools to Kalshi's prediction markets. As an authorized IB for Kalshi, a popular established prediction market, we provide access to regulated prediction market exchange while enhancing your trading experience with institutional grade features. You're trading on Kalshi's markets, but through our sophisticated interface. Our platform delivers real-time market data through WebSocket connections and fixed protocol integration, providing instant updates on price movements and order fills. Whether you're placing market orders for immediate execution or setting limit orders at specific prices, we support diverse order types to match your trading strategy of choice. What sets Predictify apart is our comprehensive portfolio management system, so we can track positions, monitor in real time, and manage risk across multiple markets, all while maintaining direct access to Kalshi's liquidity and regulatory framework. So what's an IB? An IB, or introducing broker, acts as a vital connector in financial markets. We match traders with exchanges and brokers, in this case Kalshi, while earning commissions on the trading activity generated. So IBs serve as trusted guides who help users navigate markets while executing brokers handle the actual trades and compliance. Our platform represents an exciting evolution. We're bringing the proven IB model to the emerging world of prediction markets through Kalshi. While traditional IBs excel in established markets like Forex and futures, we're pioneering this role in event contracts, which is a completely new asset class, or relatively new. Users can now trade on real-world events, from elections to economic indicators, through an intuitive digital interface designed specifically for these unique markets. We focus on what we do best, creating exceptional user experiences, streamlined onboarding, and accessible education for prediction markets. Kalshi handles the regulatory framework, clearing, and settlement. And together, we're making a new category of markets accessible to everyone. And this opportunity is transformative. Our digital-first platform can serve thousands of users simultaneously, with each trade generating sustainable revenue without us holding the risk or customer funds. So we're not competing with traditional markets, we're expanding what's possible.
So our trading interface connects directly to Kalshi's backend through REST API, and our orders could be placed through Fix. Users can place market orders, set limit orders, or enter exact dollar amounts, while our system handles the contract calculations. The order book data streams through WebSockets, so it ensures that traders see live market updates. Here you can see a match with the instant profit and commission calculations. So we subscribe to Kalshi's data for instant price updates. The trading view style charts transform raw market data into professional analytical tools. And our integration layer, it processes about 1,000 data points per second to maintain sub-second response times for all of our components. Currently, the platform organizes markets across 10 major sports with custom filtering through event types. So you could choose games, events, games, futures, awards, and more.
Predictify implements comprehensive user authentication and know your customer protocols to ensure secure, compliant access to prediction markets. Every user on the platform undergoes thorough identity verification. Through integration with Kaoshi's affiliate API, we handle the complexity of regulatory compliance, allowing traders to focus on market opportunities while their data remains protected. Portfolio and account management provides traders with a comprehensive view of their positions. Real-time updates show cash balance, open positions, and potential profit and loss. For tax preparation, the platform generates exportable reports with complete documentation of trading activity. The platform serves two distinct user groups with unique value propositions. Passionate sports fans can apply their knowledge to real financial markets. They can track performance across major sports and trade within a regulated environment where payouts are guaranteed. For investors, they can further diversify their assets. The platform provides detailed market data and historical trends for more sophisticated trading strategies and risk hedging. Predictify brings professional trading tools to prediction markets, serving both sports enthusiasts and seasoned investors. Thank you.
All right, next up, we have the Permaculture Design Suite. It's an app to aid novice and experienced permaculturists alike in drafting well-principled designs and for across all of their properties. Please welcome Andrew, Jack, David, and Batu.
Today, we face growing challenges in food and land use. We have shortages and waste in our food production, and we have increasing pressures on soil, water, and our ecosystems. Much of this comes from conventional agriculture that does monocrops. Conventional agriculture drains the soil and relies more and more on use of pesticides. Our supply chain is also very fragile, and when it comes to food production, very wasteful and is polluting. So there is very logical reasons why people want to create both local, sustainable, and self-sufficient systems, whether it be their local gardens, community gardens, or farms. However, the biggest hurdle is design of these systems. While the knowledge and the principles are there, this knowledge is very scattered. And the knowledge is extensive, so it's hard to get into, and it's not straightforward to apply it into all the different use cases. So the gap is clear. There's plenty of motivation to build resilient food systems, but there's not enough accessible tools to guide and support that process.
Yeah, and like Batu said, the motivation's there. There's been a 14% year-on-year growth in interest in regenerative agriculture. And it's clear why. Permaculture practices, they improve soil health, biodiversity, water retention in the soil. They provide tolerance to droughts, and they provide food security as compared to normal farming practices. Check out YouTube for some powerful examples of regenerative agriculture, turning desert into paradise.
So permaculture has all these benefits, but even people that are on board with it can be hesitant to start a new project. And that's partly because there's a lot of tedious work involved in even the planning stage of a new project. You have to gather a lot of data about climate zones, rainfall patterns, elevation, and this comes from a lot of different sources, and it can be a lot of work to both gather it all and compile it in a way that makes sense. And then for mapping, you need to decide where you're going to place any structures like a greenhouse or a chicken coop. You need to decide where you're going to grow, where you're going to compost. You need to decide how you're going to deal with any water features like a stream or a pond. And then for analysis, you need to study how sunlight or wind hits your property, how water flows across your property, and how that's going to interact with any of your structures like the roof of a house or any landscaping features that you've added. And then for plant research, you need to decide not only what kind of plants are going to grow well given your climate and your soil type, but also which plants are going to complement each other, not compete with each other for sunlight. It can affect the soil in ways that are beneficial for each other. And also you need to understand how large each plant is going to grow as it matures, so you don't start out by planting them too close to each other. And then finally, you need deliverables, and that often you're not going to be just working on this project alone. You're going to have collaborators, maybe clients. So you're going to want to have high quality plans that you can share to keep everyone on the same page. So even for a small project, this can add up to 20 or 30 hours of work. And that's what we're trying to address with our app. We want to bring this down from 30 hours to something more like 30 minutes to get a high quality plan.
And just to back up those numbers, I went through the process of getting a permaculture design certificate in 2020, and it literally did take me 20 to 30 hours just to design the permaculture system for my backyard. And you can imagine it being much larger if you have a larger piece of land. And we're confident that we can get the end result from 30 hours to 30 minutes. This application, it's a web application that you sign in the normal way and you go to the dashboard. We're targeting this for permaculturists, first of all. So you can see that there's several properties. You enter your address, and just from that, we can get the latitude, longitude coordinates and be able to fill in a lot of the details right away. So it zooms in on your property, and you use the boundary marker to set the property parcel, the land parcel, basically. And again, we've designed this for several properties. So this would be, the use case here would be maybe a permaculturist managing several clients' properties. So you get the address put in, and right away, you can get all the data that is everything from climate to soil condition to elevation to water management data in just a few seconds, as you saw this. And it took me probably 3 hours to research this just a few hours ago, or a few years ago. So this is just going from 3 hours to 3 seconds. Next up, we have water flow analysis. You see that there are contour maps that show how the water flows, and we'll add more features that like watersheds to determine that. There's a concept called zones in permaculture, and the idea there is that you don't want to put something in like zone 5 that's going to be half a mile away if you have a farm or something that needs daily attention. You want to plan out your systems to be in the right zones. So zone 0 is the house. That's where you are every day. Zone 1 is the closest, all the way up to zone 5, which is the furthest away. And as far as the plants, like Jack mentioned, you can filter by different ways or just search up the name of a plant that you need. And then the radius of the circles there, they are representative of how big the tree or bush is going to get. So you don't want to put an oak tree 5 feet away from the house, because in 10 to 20 years, you're going to have a lot of problems with that. So our strategy is to focus on professionals first, cut their time of development from 30 hours to 30 minutes per project, and basically do a lot of the analysis and planning, as you saw before. But then, we're 80 to 90% of the way there with the app that you saw. For phase 2, we've partnered with a school of permaculture that already has a lot of content, maybe hundreds of hours of videos. And we're going to do it as, we're going to add an education layer for everyone. So whether you're a gardener with 100 square feet where you just want to plant a garden, or you're a farmer with 1,000 acres that you want to convert in time to a permaculture paradise where you're regeneratively farming and building up the soil and capturing the rainwater, this will be the solution for you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. I'm going to do something slightly different. I didn't really prepare these individuals, but I think it's an important conversation. There was 3 people who decided to work in Fortran during Gauntlet AI because they were enticed by a $1,000 bounty that Austin had set. So I think it's important to invite these people up and ask them, why the heck did you decide to do that? Let's welcome Natalie, Matt, and Nicholas. So guys, first and foremost, did you do it for the money or did you actually want to work in Fortran?
I did it for the challenge. A little bit for the money, but also for the challenge, because Fortran is a language that I had never worked with, but it's a language that a lot of things run on. It's kind of standing on the shoulders of giants. So I wanted to dip my feet into it and see if AI could do it and if I could do it.
I did it for the specific project. We had a few recommendations for code bases to get into, and none of them really interested me until quantum espresso is something that computational chemists would use, and I have a background in chemistry, and so I wanted to be able to contribute to a project that, you know, about 7 years ago I could barely figure out how to download. So
I got baited into it. I was talking about doing it, and then Austin recorded me talking about doing it, and he posted it on Twitter, and then I was committed for the week, and worked out great.
So for the people watching, we have over 4,000 people watching us right now. I think the number might be 5. But what is Fortran? What makes it so hard? And why is it different from like a TypeScript application?
Yeah, I might have more context. So the project that I worked on was, there was a mathematics library written in the 90s. It was written in Fortran 77, the old Fortran. And I got the very bright idea of migrating this library from Fortran 77 to Fortran 90, the modern Fortran. Modern Fortran is very popular. It's used in a ton of scientific computing. They use it for like numerical analysis. And when a software engineer looks at modern Fortran, it looks like a modern language, and it has sort of all the modern affordances one would expect from a language. When you look at Fortran 77, though, that's not the case. It looks like what you think about when you think of Fortran. It's very opaque. It's very difficult to read. For example, the function names can only have 5 or 6 characters. So even just reading the code, you can't see what things are actually doing. And so it's particularly difficult to understand. I don't know, what was the question? Oh, what makes it so hard? Yeah, I think the opaqueness of working with older Fortran is definitely part of it. And then limitations of the language around basically a bunch of things that modern developers assume a language to have, whether it's type systems or how variables work and functions and things like that. There's definitely, you're working with a much more limited tool set when you're working with these older languages.
Yeah, I'll piggyback on that. My first tangential knowledge about Fortran was when I was doing cancer research at the Odin Institute, and we were writing our own kernels to do matrix multiplication. So we're at UT Austin, which means I can talk about this. There's some super cool supercomputers that do a bunch of crazy math, and you need special code to run them. And Fortran is a language that is very good for matrix multiplication. So for me, it was opaque, but it's pretty obscure and low level. If there are any C fans out there, I think does it predate that even? Yeah, it probably a lot. So yeah, it's just it doesn't have any of the safety rails that any modern languages really do. And AI doesn't know about it because there are very few publicly available code bases in Fortran.
So I feel like I had the opposite experience there. I thought AI was actually pretty good with it. You know, this is an old code base. You could see on the GitHub there were things. Some files were made 25 years ago, but it was well maintained, and this, you know, the library I was working with is still used. You know, people still use Quantum Espresso to do computational chemistry simulations, and so it being well maintained. A lot of planning, a lot of preparation, but I found that the AIs were able to look at all these examples of, you know, there's a million lines of examples in this code base already, and kind of mimic that style, and then really pretty straightforward to integrate then additional features into that.
So everyone talks about context engineering. So that's obviously the first step in this, is like actually understanding what you're working with. Could you give us a sneak peek into your methodology? Like, what did you go about, maybe the high level 10,000 foot view that made it possible for you to work on this repo?
Yeah, I'll go. So again, I was migrating a 90s mathematics library. So it was basically just a big folder of 700 math functions. And so the idea was, I'm going to feed these pieces of Fortran 77 code into an LLM and generate Fortran 90 code with it. And one of the first things that I ran into was, of course, in this mathematics library, the functions all reference each other. And so when you try and generate code in the modern language, it's trying to reference code that it hasn't modernized yet. And so it doesn't work. And working with this code base and with the AI tools, one of the first things that I had to do was basically build a giant dependency analysis graph of what functions referred to other functions, just to get a sense at all of how I could even start doing what I was trying to do.
Yeah, so I think anytime you go into like an existing code base, it's good to map out the architecture, the dependencies, you know, how are things arranged here. Working with Fortran, you know, as I have not before, I said, I typically like to make like a quick prototype of the app I'm going to build, get a familiarity with the tool set. So I had Grok, I think, make a real simple function, wanted to make sure we could take input, provide output, call one function from a different file. It was just doubling a number. And it took 3 tries to get it right. You know, I wanted to make sure I could compile it and run it and all that. It took 3 tries, so I was a little worried going into it. But yeah, so familiarize yourself a bit with how the language works. You know, coding principles kind of apply to any language. And then I think what really helped was developing some best practices, or finding some best practices. So I had, you know, Grok generate a list of things. And then once I put it in the code base, I had Gemini on the command line go through that file. And then it was able to go through some of the files themselves and say, oh, okay, it looks like they're formatting in this way instead of that way. And so just every single time I prompted, or prompt engineering, right? Every time I prompted Claude to do something, I said, here are the best practices. Here is the overview of the architecture. This is what the library is doing, what we're trying to do. This is our plan for execution. Then go. So it was a well-developed, well-crafted prompt that I could kind of reuse the entire time. That's how I went about it.
Yeah. They pretty much said everything I wanted to say, but I'll elaborate a little bit more on how I did it. So we are very fortunate in that there are modern tools that have been built to do things like this. I am a big Cursor advocate, even though I also like Claude Code. But Cursor has a docs and indexing feature which allows you to import a GitHub repository or a website, index it, and basically feed it to the AI model as pre-context. Furthermore, you can use tools like repo prompt or repo mix. Those are pretty popular. And create, what I did was I went and I found all of the documentation on Fortran I possibly could. And I created this one giant file that then I could ask the AI to reference every time it had a question on it. I created something called a memory bank, which a lot of people here kind of know about. So if you've never heard of Taskmaster, it's kind of a tool like that. It is a context management tool, and it's basically a set of files that allow the AI model to keep track of whatever it's doing in a particular repo, any external resources, etc. And let's see what else. Yeah, then the context engineering bit of it is that you yourself have to know what you're building. So please do the due diligence to actually read best practices yourself so that even if the AI model is very convincing and it tells you that that is what it's supposed to be doing, you can point out when it's doing something wrong.
I think Gauntlet goes so fast that Enterprise Week ends and then you're not able to sort of think about what just happened and you're already moving on to the next project. So I did want to take a second to officially announce the winners of Austin's Bounty for Legacy Enterprise Week: Nicholas Mullen, Matt Bagazinski, and Natalie Smith. Let's give it up. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything
Drinks
else
are on me
once?
tonight. I'm not joking.
Oh, if you want to say one more thing, you can.
Thank you. Please go read Fortran. It's pretty cool.
All right.
Apply to Gauntlet Cohort 3.
For the next group, it's going to be a mobile application that helps teens have better mental health. It's a virtual reality space where they can store their memories, their thoughts for the day, their schedule, their messages for their future self, and then chat with AI personas. Reframe their negative thoughts to be healthier, more realistic. Courage, comfort, creative, and compass get teens to exit the downward spirals of anxiety and self-deprecation by helping them reframe their thoughts and encouraging them to interact with actual people in their lives. This is Team Inner World. Hutch, Natalie, Trevor, and Darren. Please welcome Team Inner World.
Hey, I'm Hutch.
I'm Darren.
I'm Trevor.
And I'm Natalie.
And we're excited to present to you a mobile app that we've been working on for the past couple weeks called Inner World. And Inner World's a space for teenagers to practice emotional intelligence and cognitive flexibility. There's a global crisis going on with that's impacting our mental and social health, and particularly it's targeting teenagers. We're being exposed to 10,000 pieces of content every day, and this content is being created with specific headlines, hooks, and thumbnails that are targeting the like reactionary responses from our nervous systems. And if you don't have the emotional intelligence to understand what you're feeling and why you're feeling it, and the cognitive flexibility to navigate yourself to a desired state, your emotional experience of the world is going to be directed by someone else. But training these skills requires a place for practice. And recently a video went viral of a 4-year-old boy who was practicing this with his mom.
Upset? Yeah. We all get upset sometimes. Yeah. We don't get what we want all the time.
Mama also don't. Papa also don't. But earlier I chose to be a tiny bit mad, but after a while I was okay.
You were okay?
Mm-hmm.
Life is like that. We get upset, we get mad, we cry.
That's emotions, Mama.
That's emotions, I know. And
when kids and teens have the space to observe their thoughts and emotions, they can live healthier, more in control lives. But how do we give them that space? The Pixar movie Inside Out did this by providing kids with the concept of a physical space where their emotions lived outside, where they could externalize it. And we leaned heavily into this idea by creating a virtual space where teens get their attention hijacked the most, their phones, so that they can reset, reflect, and redirect to the outside world. That's where we meet our 4 characters. We have creative, compass, comfort, and courage. Creative, in order to help the teens to reframe their thoughts and emotions so that way they can break out of anxiety and downward spirals. Compass, who is trained to direct them towards being true to their values and make them who they want to be, not who advertisers want them to be. And then comfort, to provide a safe spot for them to express themselves and feel heard and understood, as courage gives them the kick in the pants in order to turn back and do something in the outside world. But what does this look like?
So, say I'm Billy, a 17-year-old concerned about issues with my family, my friends, and applying to college. I enter my inner world, a virtual room filled with objects representing my real-world interests, like guitar, drawing, and photography. Coming up on this shelf here. It's a space where I can focus and reflect on what makes me me. When I interact with the journal, I can write daily reflections or messages to my future self, as well as step through historical information. In the mini games section, I have shortcuts to access everything I can do in the app. As new features are added, they will also appear here. And then if I engage with any of the characters in the room, I enter a group chat where I can consult all of their varied perspectives simultaneously. They know the context of who I am based on prior interactions and what's in my inner world. As I talk through my concerns about school, family, and social life, I can tag a particular persona or let anyone that wants to chime in speak up. By working through my thoughts and reflecting with different framings, I'm able to feel less stuck. Compass sets a goal to get back to drawing, a centering personal interest I had abandoned in my stress spiral. It also encouraged me to reach out to my math teacher to address issues with the class material instead of burying them.
So what you guys just saw might seem fairly simple, but the inner workings of our application are actually fairly complicated. And that's because we worked with a hiring partner that actively wants to produce this. I can't say who they are, but I can say that they have anywhere from tens to hundreds of thousands of concurrent users that they want to be using this at any given time. So we built Inner World with that in mind. We primarily built it off of serverless architecture with a pretty basic chatbot interface sort of setup, We have a WebSocket architecture with lots of lambdas that get called to retrieve those conversation flows. We have moderation built in. We use an S3 bucket for our asset management, and we follow infrastructure as code architecture practices to ensure both architectural modularity as well as functional modularity. If you all saw that mini game section, that just allows this hiring partner to add whatever they want. And it also allows them to change up the assets as they like and see fit. We also explored having our own self-hosted LLM models to run our chats. For the scope of this project in 2 weeks, we decided to just go with other kinds of models, but that is a potential future option for this hiring partner who, again, has many, many users. And that's us. So we are currently working with this hiring partner who wants to release this in the coming month or so, but you can go to our website at innerworld.app and take a look right now. We really do want to help people with this, and thank you.
And one thing you can do at the site is sign up for the waitlist if you're interested.
Thank you, Team Innerworld. Next up, we have a universal, stable, and user-friendly hook management system for Claude Code. This is CC Hooks, Connor Barber, Al Chang.
Hooks are a powerful new feature in Claude Code. They let tiny scripts run at just the right moments, like at session start or after an edit, so good habits and team rules happen automatically. But developers that have tried native hooks felt some friction. The setup can be finicky, it can be difficult to start, and you basically have to launch Claude every time to test if things work. CC Hooks adds a small layer on top, one place to manage all of your hooks. Next slide. One place to manage all of your hooks, pre-built packs so you can install in seconds, and a way to test without starting Claude. Go back. Think small guardrails and useful nudges that help every day. Packs are like tiny add-on bundles that you can install quickly. Guardrails are the safety features, like checking commit messages or blocking obviously bad patterns that pause you only when it really matters. Next slide. Quality of life tools are helpful conveniences, like showing recent changes at the start of a session or automatically nudging commit formatting. For app teams, the web app quality pack adds lint and format checks and encourages clean commit messages. For data folks, the Data Science Starter Pack adds Python lint and injects quick project context at session start. You can also add extras like loading an initialization file, gently rewriting prompts in shorthand, or saving the last 10 lines of your session before compaction for later review. So let's wire this up. Connor's going to show us how to add 2 helpers and test without starting Claude Code. So take it away.
Cool, yeah. So we're going to do a quick demo of CC Hooks and kind of show off a little bit of its capabilities. As mentioned before, this is just a NPM package. So it's on GitHub, MIT license. Just install this using NPM. Then what we're going to take a quick look at is this is how Claude specifies hooks in here in the settings.json. You can see it's empty. We're going to initialize the CC Hooks. And we'll take a quick look again at that settings.json. You can see that we're going to have written some of these hooks in here. This is how you normally bootstrap hooks with Claude Code, where we're handling all of this for you, basically, and we're adding our runner in. And so what we're also going to do is we're going to initialize some test fixtures. We're going to show off kind of like how to do this. We need to mock events to be able to run these things without Claude. So we're going to show off running things without Claude. But first, we're going to show off some of the bundled templates. So the one that Al mentioned here, one of the ones we're going to install is the web app bundle. This is TypeScript, basically. And so this bundle is multiple hooks. And so it gives you an off-the-shelf kind of like hook bundle of all the things that you would want to start for your web app, basically. And so here you see we can also install directly from a file. You don't have to install from a bundle. So we support multiple installation methods. And so now we've got our hooks. We're just going to show them, right? So this is what's installed. This is what's going to run when you run Claude, right? And then we're going to show exactly kind of how to run a test without running Claude. So our test harness will come in and you can actually execute these hooks without launching Claude. It's kind of annoying to do it in Claude. We'll show what it kind of looks like. But here you can also see logs. You can see runtime, whether it passed, whether it failed, and what actually ran. And then lastly, yeah, this is kind of what it looks like when you run it in Claude, right? So you'll see that the hooks we just installed are actually being executed. This is the session start hook that we installed individually. And you can kind of see here that some of the TypeScript hooks that we had installed are running as it goes and it tries to do things in the JS file. As you can see here, we got a bunch of hooks up and running in less than 2 minutes. And so I will pass it back over to Al to wrap us up.
Okay, so packs are tiny little apps that you can get running right away. They're pre-built for you. Guardrails are the safety features that don't get in your way. Quality of life tools are helpful conveniences. What we showed you was how to load a TypeScript safety pack in addition to a couple extras that make your day go a little bit smoother. So we include finally a test harness that lets you test without having to restart Claude Code every time. And that's CC hooks. You can install it right now as an NPM package, so you can hit the QR code. And thank you for your time.
Next up, in a fast-changing world where small businesses are being swept by large enterprises, Convoy helps small business deliver quality customer experience through an enhanced and centralized communications platform. This is Team Convoy, Radin, Sadakat, and Daniel.
Hello, hello.
Hello, everyone. Today, I want to introduce you to Convoy, your all-in-one communication solution. If you've ever owned a business before, you'd know that one of the biggest challenges is getting customers to actually reach out to you, for you to respond to them, and then turn them from leads into paying customers. Small business frequently has challenges with this, not having the resources to hire fully fledged and professional sales teams to actually handle their communications. Most businesses have many different forms of communication and many different platforms for their customers to reach them, whether that be SMS, Facebook, or even calls. This often leads to a big headache and a large challenge of handling all of these different platforms and responding to your customers in a timely manner. Frequently, businesses can lose many customers because they fail to respond in a timely manner or just simply miss out on their notifications.
Yeah, so when we look at the market of small businesses in the US, there's about 34 million, 6 million which have multiple employees, and only 200,000 are handled by our competitors, meaning there's over 5 million different other companies that have a disarray of inboxes and messages that cost them hours upon hours a week in managing.
So, in a world where enterprises are sweeping and taking over small business, the thing you can offer your customers is that personal customer experience that people have come to love and crave. There's nothing more important to you than your reputation as a business who cares about their customers. And for this, we offer you Convoy, where you can capture, respond, and convert. Next, Sadaka will tell you a little bit more about the features.
So the main features that we implemented with this app was SMS, Facebook messages, Instagram messages, calls, call recording, Google reviews, just combining them all into a combined platform that makes it easy for business owners to manage. So the next up, we'll show you the demo. Let's look at that. So this is our landing page. Currently, we're live at convoy.com. Our waitlist is open, and we are advertising on some Facebook groups for appliance dealers. And then if you go to the next step, yes. So the way we designed this app was we have two customers, Columbus Appliances, and we have another customer here who's a leather repair service. So from the small business perspective, they want the easiest platform that they can manage all their leads in without being overloaded. So as you can see on our dashboard, it's a very easy to use dashboard. If you go to messages, it's a very simple, intuitive platform where you see all your messages, all the calls from that customer. You can see the details of the customer. If you open the customer tab, you can respond to all their messages in a combined platform. If you go to the calls, you will see all your total calls, your answered calls, your missed calls. And then if, Daniel, can you press that call button in the bottom? Ash, can we have your phone number? Yeah.
I don't know. It seems like Sadaqat likes to make a lot of calls to somebody. I don't know if you want to make that.
My phone is over there. Otherwise, I would call myself. But enter his phone number.
Uh-oh. You want to put this on live?
Oh, actually, we don't have to call it then. Or we can call Rodden. Yes, it should be calling you.
Oh. All right. Are you getting a call?
Oh, I block all.
Smart man.
So as you can see, we have calling working right now. It's all handled through Twilio. We chose Twilio because it makes it really easy to handle the back end.
Yeah, I think we're getting a call over here.
Someone is calling us.
Hello? Are you interested in investing in a promising young startup?
All right, so go to reviews. So the reason we chose Twilio was it makes it very easy to scale, and they handle all the back end for you for calling, SMS, call recording, all that jazz. And then the next feature we have is reviews. Personally, I have like really high value for this feature because I have a small business background, and I have used a competitor of ours, and it took our reviews from a 3.8 to a 4.3 in the matter of 11 months, a year. And without it, we probably would have maximum got to a 3.9. So this really, the review management system can really improve small businesses' image online. So the next is just a context feature where you see all your contacts in a combined manner. You don't have to go look at your Facebook messages and find a contact there. You don't have to go to your Square point of sale system and look there. You have a combined system that has all your contacts and all your customers listed in one place. And then we have a basic analytics page, which is not overloading the small business owner. It just shows you just the basic facts that you need to know about your lead conversion, how many calls you're missing, how many calls you're answering, all that stuff. And that's it for the demo. If you go to the settings, we can show you that you will see in the next slide. If you go to the business settings at the top.
Okay.
Go down. You can add locations and all that stuff. You can connect to Google Business Profile. Currently, the current problem that we have is Google Business Profile takes about, for us, it takes about 14 days to verify our Google API. Same thing with Twilio. So that was the main blocker that we encountered, but everything else is set up and it does connect.
Yeah, we also have a nice little mobile application to go along with the web app. So you can have all the tools that you have on the web app in your pocket. And again, what makes this tool so convenient is just putting all your business communications in one easy to use application. So, if you're a small business, you're on Instagram, you're on Facebook, you're on Google, you're getting all these messages, you're getting reviews, and you can just answer and communicate to all your clients and potential customers just from this one interface. And yes. And for external integrations that we have encompassed in our application, we use Twilio for our calls and SMS, Stripe for billing, Meta APIs for the messaging, Google Business for reviews, and then we are consolidating all of these integrations and more to come with Zapier.
Now, as some of you may know, this is not a novel idea, but the existing solutions in the market are frankly outdated, and they're frequently lucrative and sales-driven. We actually sympathize and care about our customers, which is why we offer very transparent and flexible payment plans for different business sizes. We provide a free model for businesses that are just starting up, so they don't have to worry about making heavy monthly payments as they're trying to scale. But for our larger customers, we have our professional and enterprise package where they can adjust and design their model for their needs and to be able to serve their customers. So if you're struggling with your communications, please check us out on convoy.com and join the waitlist today. Thank you.
Next up, we have a game. Trespasser is an accessible web game designed to be the next web-based shooter. Full destruction and snappy gameplay. Designed for friends no matter the circumstance. This is Trespasser by Benjamin Royston.
All right, so while we're figuring out technical difficulties, we did a game week. So the structure at Gauntlet was that every week from the beginning, we worked with different platforms. So the first week was web, then we did mobile, then we did desktop, and then we did a video game. And this was the best one.
All right. As for introductions, I'm Benjamin. I'm 19. I right now go to Rice. I'll try to earn your guys' attention. I know so far you've seen plenty of demos. And at least for now, I hope the initial buy-in is that this is pretty unexpected, making a game. Overall, I found that games, surprisingly, despite their ostensible immaturity, have some of the most nuanced thing in terms of product design. When it comes to the games that you think about, as far as the games that hit the news, those games spend hundreds of millions of dollars on getting players to play their game, simply to try out the product. In many ways, it is considered one of the most competitive media environments in the world. Usually games can only compete for attention for a few weeks before they now have to subsist on what players they already have. In my case, I made Trespasser. Trespasser not only is a game that I would love to play, but I think is a great representation of how you can break into the industry without having, AAA budgets of millions and millions of dollars. There are three main things I'll go through amongst my talk. The key thing and the first thing is Trespasser is ultimately a web game. It is extremely and immediately accessible. In fact, right now, it's actually hosted live. If anyone would like to play, it's trespass.gg. As long as you have a keyboard, you should be able to play. And while I have the main menu showing back here, in a bit we'll actually be able to play in the quick play match. So if anyone's ahead and wants to try it out, just hit quick play, pick your team, and get ready to shoot. So that being said, Trespasser is a top-down shooter game that has dynamic vision and destruction systems.
The key things between both these features is what is called emergent gameplay. This is something that really separates the games that are made with millions of dollars and by thousands of developers with the games made by indie developers and how those indie developers can ultimately win. Emergent gameplay is when the features of your game culminate into experiences not intended immediately. Now, what that means is in many games, you may have, in at least Trespasser, the destruction system benefits from the fact that you can change the map to your liking. You can destroy walls and you can create openings to utilize new information and to get the jump on your enemy. Overall, it is based in a 4v4 deathmatch mode with the first 1 to 50 kills winning for each team. Overall, much of the problems that I came running into Trespasser was quite simply when I looked at the industry and plenty of indie games, a lot of games really lacked 3 things I think were critical, which number 1 was accessibility. Accessibility, having something easy to play is obviously important. Secondly, is something that you can play with friends. A lot of times this is what defines some of the biggest games, biggest hits made by sometimes teams as small as 1 person. Think Lethal Company, think Among Us. These games ultimately could not ride out on having amazing graphics or having endless content. It ultimately benefited from its accessibility and how fun it is, and ultimately its emergent gameplay. And so now, as we can show here, I'll quickly run into a quick play lobby, and you can see not only is there just the teams, you can even pick what types of guns you want to the full fruition of your interests. And if we join quickly, we can see here we have full matchmaking working. And I can see we have some very energetic players playing, and as soon as we hit 8, we should be able to fill up. Understanding that Trespasser may not always be as popular as I'd like it, matches will automatically start in 10 seconds after a certain amount of time if it doesn't fill all the way. As we can see here, we get into our lobby. We can see we have a bunch of friends here. We're getting ready to go. Ultimately, we can have full-on shooting, and as you can see, we can destroy the walls, which change division dynamically. What this means is every single time you play, you will never play the same match. Not even the same starting map will stay the same within 5 minutes. As you can see, people are darting around, shooting walls, creating openings, and creating new ways to move around the map. This isn't a game just about reaction time. It's a game about teamwork, and it's about thoughtful information gathering. This is the type of game that really sells players, not just in how good you are at the game, but how you work well with your team and how you know how to utilize the features of the game to your advantage. Overall, I would say that Trespasser, as far as an experience in terms of developing, was second to none. I have gained so much appreciation for something that, like others have run into, is a multifaceted media. Not only do you have to build something, you have to make something that looks pretty, and you have to make something that is fun. And, should be fun for hopefully people that are good at it and bad at it. Overall, yeah, that's my product, and it's live right now. You can play it. It's scaled for pretty much as many people as you want to play with, and yeah, private lobbies, custom lobbies, whole bunch of things. I have a bunch of content, and I can't wait for you all to try it out. Thank you.
All right. For the next group, we have Jobwise. It's a persona-based AI tool directory that helps you quickly discover, evaluate, and implement the right AI tool for what you're trying to do. You can explore their curated list and then see the difficulty ratings and the reviews, and then get that automatically curated every single day. This is Casey and Morgan Jones.
All right. So my name is Casey, my brother Morgan, and we have Jobwise, which is a tool library designed to help you find workflow amplifying software quickly and easily. Currently, there are a number of competitors that solve for this by inundating you with a bunch of tools that have all kinds of tags on them and aren't really specific to your role or use case. So that ends up with a bunch of cognitive load and unnecessary information. Ultimately, you may have trouble deciding which tool to pick out of that plethora of programs. So when you go to choose a tool for your role as an HR manager or a financial leader, you may end up choosing the wrong tool just because there were just so many tools out there that you could not make a decision quick enough. And this can lead to a number of problems, including productivity loss and credibility impact for your business. So, Jobwise solution is to provide a persona and use case-based filtering on tools that have been curated and added to a moderator queue that will also have ratings and user reviews to help simplify choices. We'll also have a vendor endorsement so that vendors can submit their own program, and it will show a nice little badge to display this.
All right, so as far as sourcing the tools, we use a human-in-the-loop LLM enriched scraping method. And the way this works is there are, as we mentioned before, there are AI tool repositories already. Main issue is they don't sort by the use case, among other things. And so we use those repositories. We have a scraper, go through it, discover things, extract data, normalize it, and then we have an LLM enrich that data with use cases mapped to the personas and generating descriptions where they may not be, finding the vendor sites, etc. And this is all done nightly, software-wise. Once it's all extracted, it's sent to a moderator queue where the human will review and then decide whether or not it's good enough to add to the tool or to the app. We are using Clerk for auth and billing to make sure things stay secure. And one second, I'm sorry. It's gone. So yes, we're using Clerk to secure for auth and billing, and hopefully we have, not hopefully, excuse me, we have a business partner already buying this, and they're going to be releasing a marketing campaign for it soon. So if anyone is interested in that, make sure you keep an eye out for that, and hopefully they can help you out, Jobwise. Thank you.
$7,000 people are joining us live right now. For that reason, if you're interested in applying to Gauntlet Cohort 3, apply.gauntletai.com. Before we go on to the next team, I want to bring up for the last time a few challengers. Please welcome Mary Smith, George Millo, David Matthew, and Damon Bodine. I think the biggest thing that we sort of keep getting questions asked about is the Gauntlet experience. Like, was it like being a challenger? What is the day-to-day like? Could you talk about your experience maybe on day one and then maybe the first day you came to Austin?
So I'll start. I was pretty overwhelmed when I showed up on Zoom or wherever we were, and it was like, okay, you're going to ship in 24 hours a clone of Grammarly. And it was like, but then immediately I just like had to get into it and had to keep going, right? And we did it. We shipped. And then they're like, okay, 3 days later, you have to ship again, and then again and again. And you just kind of get used to that. So I really kind of quickly got used to the pace and just found myself kind of like looking forward to like that project that new project every Monday, right? Like it was like I couldn't sleep on Sunday night because I was like just waiting for the project to show up. So
cool. Yeah, for me, it was interesting. So Thursday before Gauntlet started, I got an email saying that I was accepted. And I've got 3 kids. I live around DC and family isn't nearby. So, you know, we acted quick and we took a road trip down to Florida that weekend. And then I started that Monday. So I was already tired. And then first day, yeah, I learned we had something like till Tuesday evening to finish our first MVP. And yeah, it was, yeah, whirlwind. Somebody from Cohort 1, I remember, what was he saying? It was like a faith building experience or something. And yeah, I think I experienced a bit of that for sure. As far as the experience overall, it was a lot like on my own, I just want to like work on projects at home, like after work. And so I would just like dig in, you know, 5 p.m., keep cracking away at something till 10 p.m. thinking like, all right, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. And, you know, making some headway, but not totally getting there. I felt like Gauntlet was a lot like that. Except we just had like all the time in the world to do what we wanted to do, you know, within project guidelines. And I just discovered through doing Gauntlet that just what an enabler AI is. For me, a big aspect was just learning technology. And so because I was able to learn, you know, the software stack of, you know, whatever technology I was interested in so quickly, I could make like huge strides towards projects that I was interested in. So yeah, very cool. Thank you.
Yeah, first week was wild. I have never shipped anything or done anything back end before Gauntlet. And like midway first week, I was like, okay, cursor is crashing on my Lubuntu Chromebook. I need to find a solution for this in the next 4 hours. And so I borrowed a neighbor's Chromebook or Mac. I've never used Mac ever before. And it was like, look, if it works, if it's going to get me through, that's what I got to do. So each week, I got to say, like, it's amazing to me hearing the experiences of the fellow challengers, because for the gap that I feel I was exposed to, it was like repeatedly sheer cliff faces of like, how am I supposed to do that? And that went from how am I supposed to do that this week to how do any of these companies have any moat?
Well, the remote phase was pretty miserable, just being back home, chained to my desk. There were some days where I just literally just got up, sat down at my desk, and then did nothing but code for 16 hours and then go to sleep. So yeah, massive thanks to my wife for putting up with that for 3 weeks. But yeah, and there were some points where I did have a bit of an existential crisis, not entirely sure I was going to make it through, but I mean, failure was never an option. And yeah, now here I am. As for how day one was when we got here, I don't really remember day one. It's all a bit of a blur, but yeah, it was, yeah, it was fantastic to be here. And yeah, you know, getting to meet everybody in person, it was just clear right off the bat, everybody's super smart. So there's a diversity of experience and backgrounds, but yeah, just the energy for the whole 7 weeks, just getting everyone together and working hard has been fantastic.
I think one of the biggest questions we get is like, is it actually 80 to 100 hours a week?
Yes, 100%. That same first day, I pulled an overnighter because I was like, oh my God, like I'm not going to be able to do this. So I might have slept an hour that first night, maybe. And then it kind of progressively was like that through all 9 weeks I've been here, especially in person. Sometimes you're just around this energy and you just don't want to go home. You know, like you're just cruising, right? And you might be dead tired. You might have slept 4 hours the night before. But there's something about being around such a high talent density of people. It just pushes you to keep going. And that's genuinely one of the best parts of this experience.
Someone just told me he thinks that he averaged 4 hours sleep a night for this whole thing, and I bet you can all guess who it was. If I did that, I'd be dead. So yeah, shout out to Daniel for sleeping in the office far more times than is reasonable or necessary. Yep.
I'd say the hours are not an exaggeration. There is only one person our cohort knows of who was able to do some sort of magic secret sauce that no one's still quite clear about, who was able to make it through without pulling these crazy hours, because that's what it takes to get the polish and the requirements done to ASHA's standard.
Yep, 100%. I would say the only thing I really have to add is, for me, I think the first 3 weeks were more difficult than when we got to Austin. I don't know, combination of things, but probably the energy, most of all. You know, just kept me going, kept us going, and yeah, it was great.
Can I add something?
Yeah, I just want to add also, like, if you're considering applying to Cohort 3, I just want to say, yeah, like, we've all been working really long hours, but like, it hasn't always felt like that hard work, because, you know, it's been fun and I've been surrounded by great people and I've enjoyed it. So yeah, working has been great.
I think the last question, assume you're speaking for your entire cohort. Like, what was one of the best parts of Gauntlet?
For me, well, so the first thing that comes to mind, I'd always been interested in Linux for years, and this cohort, I was actually able to dig into a project that I had really been interested in, at least, like, you know, kind of subject matter. So one of my projects was basically extending a GPU like paravirtualization from Qemu, which is runs, you know, guest operating systems inside the computer. All that to say, it was really cool. And, you know, I could actually dig into like the Linux kernel and, you know, Qemu internals, how the actual hardware to device drivers in Linux were like interfacing with Qemu. And, yeah, that was just like pretty much impossible for me, you know, before Gauntlet. And I was able to like do something in 7 days and actually have like the frame rate of the guest operating system actually be GPU accelerated. So yeah, that was amazing. That was really awesome. And of course, you know, just all the amazing people I've met since being here. Yeah, it's just been awesome, guys. Looking forward to keeping in touch. And yeah.
The question again, the best thing about being here?
One of the best parts.
One of the best parts. Well, one of the best parts is all of the people here, kind of like you were just saying, all the people here who have already had my best ideas and said them faster than I could. That's a lot of fun, especially the CEO of Bags Tech. Great guy. But there's no guarantee that Ash will let you do this next cohort or in future cohorts, because you don't know what the next challenge is going to be. But if he lets you do another game week, I mean, that was really fun for me to try to make a game that is fun and engaging. And it got to the point where I had users who were badgering me for features that I didn't want to implement. So that was also another fun exercise in like, okay, is there any way that we can change this feature so that you get what you want, but I also don't have to moderate it? So that was really great, and I really like that.
Well, I already said that a really great thing about this has been the people. So yeah, that's one aspect. I think another thing is just as someone who already had a lot of dev experience coming into Gauntlet, we started making a web app, which was great that I was able to do that with AI, but also I've been making web apps for 10 years. So it was really like a bit later in the cohort once we just got into doing things that were more outside my existing experience, like making desktop apps, making a game, making a language bot, just seeing what was possible with LLMs, just going straight into these areas where I knew basically nothing, and just being able to learn so much in such a short space of time, being able to build things out so fast, whereas previously it might have taken me a week just to even decide what technology I was going to build it with, let alone start writing code. That's when that just really started to show me like, whoa, LLMs aren't perfect, and I don't think software engineers are going away. But yeah, if you're not going all in on AI and LLMs, I think you're going to get left behind very soon.
So for me, I think the biggest takeaway and my favorite part probably happened around Legacy Code Week. And that is where I kind of realized that literally I can build anything. Like there was a certain self-confidence that you gain from this insane shipping pace and being thrown like very far into the deep end. And, I'd had my software experiences before this, and it just installed in me that like literally anything you want to build, you can do it, right? As long as you're just committed enough and you're dogged enough about it. And so, overall there's like a level of self-confidence, but it's also twofold for me because we've had now 1,000 hours of AI experience. I think this gives us something that probably 99% of the world does not have. And so I'm excited to just kind of take these tools and these things that I've learned and even go out to like maybe my non-technical friends and things like that, and other parts of just the world and where, working next and all that, and just talking to people about what AI can do for them individually, and just really kind of helping them kind of like maybe get over the fear that they have, because I still think that's a really big part of society. And I think everyone here can really speak to that in this cohort in a really fantastic way.
Thank you, guys. Let's give it up. Next up, we have Gauntlet Match. It's designed to not only automate, but improve the Gauntlet AI's matching process to facilitate interviews between hiring partners and challengers. It also displays user statuses, profiles, and guides the challenger through the entire interview process. Let's give it up for Sean Stricker, Sean Onamade, and Josh Anand.
All right, hello. So as you guys have already heard a little bit today, that there is a matching process. The way Gauntlet works, everybody that shows up, they're guaranteed a job offer. It's an interesting process right now. Right now, the way it's done is that you have a survey for the challenger, and then you have a survey for the hiring partner. And then with that data, it goes to Ash. That's it. He figures it out. He reads everything. He tries to do the best he can. But we're a software centered school, I guess. Why not automate everything we can? Another issue we have is that manual work, especially with a big group of people, you can overlook some things. So we're trying to battle harden that a little bit. And we're also trying to safeguard against when Gauntlet goes to 100 people, 200 people. I don't know how big it's going to end up getting, but safeguard against that and save some time.
So of course, like most things in computer science, the solution was an algorithm. We've come up with an automated solution. In essence, when everyone onboards, companies and challengers, we take smart surveys in order to streamline information that we think is important for matching. We use multidimensional scoring. We take preferences from both sides, such as work arrangement, culture, domain experience, and we weight the company's preference for the challenger and vice versa. Finally, we utilize stable allocation in 2 phases. for interviews with companies and challengers using the Gail Shapley hospital residence algorithm. All right, so the first phase is the first pass. We essentially ensure that every challenger can get exactly one interview using greedy assignment with their best possible match. And for the second phase, we use the hospital residence algorithm. This ensures that we fill all remaining slots optimally with their stable match, in essence, their best possible match. Of course, we have to account for constraints like interview caps, company capacity limits, etc., and that made the algorithm a bit more complicated.
Now let's see it in action. So you'll probably recognize this, but now there's a new tab, matching. And so when you first log in, it will have a survey. So you can input the amount of years of experience you have. And by the way, this is under my actual account. You can choose your domains. And one difference that we wanted to make was you can actually rank your preference of your domains. So let's say I prefer SaaS over EdTech. I can do that. I can also rate on a scale of 1 to 5 my experience in each of these fields. Same thing with remote and hybrid and on-site. So let's say I don't want to work remote, but I'm okay with hybrid or on-site, but I prefer on-site. I can move that around. And then same thing with your work culture. And you submit your survey. Companies have a very similar survey. And so you'll see a Kanban board, but it won't have anything in it yet because we're waiting on the admin to fill it out or start the matching process. So this is settings. Ash can change the default weights or leave it as is. Save the cycle seed. And then you go over to rankings, make sure it's the same seed, and then compute the rankings. If I clicked it. All right, and then you can actually search for specific challengers. And so right now I'm testing it with 61 users and 21 companies. So like I got a perfect match with Lorebound, and it shows my other scores for the other companies, and then you can also view by company itself. So we'll keep it going with Lorebound, and so you can see top options: Sean Stricker, Tanya Williams, and so on. But it uses these rankings to do the first pass allocation and the HR allocation. And then you can also change the max cap, which is the interview slots for each company. We're leaving at 10 by default. So it allocated all 61 interviews, one for each person. And then you can click HR allocation to fill the remaining slots. All right, and it allocated all the slots. And so now you can go to a Kanban board view, or you can go to a list view, whichever is easier for you to view. You can search by company or by challenger. So I can type my own name in. And then I'll go back to the portal. And so now it's populated with those 4 companies. If I move Lorebound over to interview scheduled, it will populate on Ash's side. If I move it from on Ash's side, it will populate on my side. So this is just a way for either the challenger, the company, or Ash to make sure everything's up to date. And it's not left up to just one person. And let's say someone, maybe I'll type in, I'll go with Omar. Let's say Omar accepted an offer early, or if he got removed from the program, but he still had interviews that were yet to be completed. You can kick him out, and then it will show the vacancies, and then you can pick one of the companies to make sure they get their slot filled back in, and it will take the next person off of that ranked list. So it replaced him with Hazel. And then there's also monitoring and feature flags to turn off certain features for Ash. that is our app. Thank you.
Let's give it up for Gauntlet Match, ladies and gentlemen. Next up, we have a gamified, completely immersive language learning experience. This is Talktopia. George, Eric, Trevor, and Yash.
Start talking.
While we're getting the tech set up, Yash, could you tell us about your Gauntlet experience? One story or moment.
I think if I had to describe Gauntlet, I would call it as the arena of agency. The guys who all showed up here took on incredible amounts of agency to go create the realities. Some of the demos, or all the demos here, have been incredible. So one, I want to just give a shout out to all the demos today. Big applause to you guys. And yeah, it's just the countless hours and like dedication to the craft is incredible. Just being surrounded by people around here. I'd say my favorite memory is like all mixed into one with recognizing that people here are so passionate about bringing ideas to life. And I've been in places where you're surrounded by idea men, but these are places where people just don't necessarily just have just an idea, but also make it come to reality. And yeah, everyone's cracked. Let's go. All right, welcome to Talktopia, an immersive language learning re-experienced. How many of you in here have taken a language learning class in high school? Okay, for those of you on the live stream, that's every single person. How many of you currently speak that language fluently? That is maybe 7 hands that just went up in a room full of like 60 plus, 70 plus people. We have an epidemic in the US. There, in the US, less than 12% of the people take a secondary language. And of that, only 10% of them are fluent in that secondary language moving forward. This is in comparison to Europe, where we've got some Europeans in here who speak multiple languages. The United States is falling back on speaking multiple languages. George? Yet, the industry of language learning is ever growing. Travel is booming. This is a market that consists of a 6.3 billion rev share, which projected growth over the next 10 years to grow all the way to 24 billion. Right now, most of us know about one big player, Duolingo. Yet, Duolingo has consistently shown us via results that most of its user base never reaches fluency. So we decided as a group to be able to take learning, the science of effective learning language, and put it together. And what constitutes an effective science of learning language? 3 things. 1 is the input, at which you kind of take in a medium of a language a level above what you kind of know. So that could be watching a Netflix show like Narcos if you're into Spanish. And the second one is output, the constant practice of being able to speak out loud what you want to do, what you are wanting to relay in a language. And finally is the feedback from real-time interaction. And to bring this together, we have created Talktopia.
All
All right, so in order to solve this problem, we created a choose your own adventure mystery RPG where the player is the detective that has been brought to a foreign land and has to communicate verbally in the target language in order to solve the mystery. And the purpose of this was to create a conversation engine that gives people an opportunity to practice their language in an immersive environment that goes beyond just being able to ask where the library is. So with that, we're going to watch the trailer for our demo story, The Case of the Clockmaker's Cipher.
Theft will unravel the fabric of truth. The clockmaker's cipher has vanished, and with it, certainty itself. An aristocrat with secrets. A clockmaker obsessed with his craft. A constable haunted by fire. A courier in the shadows. A scholar too passionate. A magnate who moves the river itself. But in Brindleford, guilt is never fixed. Every clue twists. Every truth changes. Can you solve the case of the clockmaker's cipher before the wrong truth consumes you?
All right. So, thank you. So we based this story off of Agatha Christie mystery novels. And using this format, we can generate countless different mystery stories. And using our game mechanics, you can play the same story more than once, and every time a different character will be the perpetrator. And this gets rid of any feelings of redundancy or staleness. This gives the user a novel experience every single time. And the point of this is that everything from the story to the conversations, these are not hard-coded, pre-written lists of responses. These are true, in-depth conversations with an objective. And we think this is the best way to practice learning a language without getting on a plane.
Okay, so just as a quick demo, we've got this whole world and I can go and talk to the NPCs. So I'll go and have a chat with Mr. Flint over here. I've got it in English at the moment so you can all understand it, but we'll
Oh, you've come about the theft? It's terrible, simply terrible.
What happened?
Someone snuck into my workshop and stole my cipher, the plans and the device itself. I noticed it was missing early yesterday morning when I went to begin my repairs.
Can you tell me anything about who you think might have taken it?
I wish I could, but I didn't see anyone suspicious and nothing else was disturbed. It must have been someone who knew exactly what to look for.
So that's just one character, and then the world is full of NPCs who you can talk to, and over time you will learn more about the missing cipher and hopefully unravel the mystery. The perpetrator is different every time, so it's got replay value. If you've completed it once, then it's not necessarily the same story the next time. So I'll just demo it in a different language.
De nada, querido. ¿En qué puedo ayudarle respecto al asunto del cifrado?
¿Qué puedes decirme sobre el cifrado?
Perdón, no entiendo su pregunta. ¿Podría repetirla con más detalle?
You get the idea. Yeah.
All right, so this app, we set it up with Phaser.js for the front end. There's also two separate backends, a Python one set up with Pipecat to handle the actual translations, the text-to-speech and the speech-to-text, and then another one to handle the actual game states, the gameplay, interactions, and so forth. But so what's the future vision for this app? Where does it go from here? Because obviously this is a huge industry, and as you know, as good as we are at Gauntlet, there is only so much we could get done in 2 weeks. Right. So where we were, yeah. So first off would be to expand the actual, the number of languages we support as well as the stories. The Clockmaker story is great, and we've set it up, the entire application, in a way where you can feed in just simple JSON files and a little bit of TypeScript to just add additional stories, characters, assets, and so forth. Now, the real end goal for this, though, would be able to do it in VR. Imagine in a classroom, you can't take the kids to Paris for a month or two just for the sake of learning French. But what you could do is have them spend 20, 30 minutes a day in a VR headset walking around one of our virtual worlds and interacting with people in the language that they're learning. And so why would we do this now? We feel like AI has finally gotten to the point, even just within the last few months, where not only is the real-time translations, text-to-speech and speech-to-text good enough where you can actually interact and have it feel like you're dealing with a real person, but these models are only going to get better as time goes on. So this is a product where, GPT 6, 7, et cetera, come out in the future. You could easily plug them into this and make the experience even more immersive than it already is. We're also at a point where people are just sick of learning languages the old way, and schools are finally coming around to having tech in the classrooms that could facilitate this. Yep, so yeah, join us in changing the way we learn languages. Yep, thank you.
Let's give it up for Talktopia. Now, if you're applying to Gauntlet Cohort 3, the applications are open at apply.gauntletai.com. We have a tradition here at Gauntlet. The moment after you've given your presentation on demo day, you're not called challengers anymore. You're called champions. So I'm going to take a second to officially announce the champions of Cohort 2. Let's give it up for everybody who presented today. Over 17 projects, real traction, polished applications, 1,000 hours into completely immersing yourself in AI. Give it up for the hard work you put in, all the sleepless nights, and the fact that you're graduating. I want to take a second to thank our media staff, our logistics team, and as we get into closing remarks, I want to thank over 20,000 people that joined us live today for Demo Day. Thank you for your feedback, your engagement, your questions. Thank you for giving us support throughout this event so that we can bolster all of these projects and give the attention that they require. Let's give it up for our amazing audience. All right, to close out today's event, I'd like to introduce the founder and the CEO of Gauntlet AI, Austin Allred. Please welcome Austin.
All right, I got a running start that time, even though I was still behind. Man, it's been a long 1,000 hours, and at the same time, a short 1,000 hours. I was trying to think back to when we were just starting this cohort, and I'm not lying when I say I literally can't remember what I was doing or where I was. And I'm sure some of you are the same way. But I think as I watched your demos today, I think I am so proud of the work that you've all done. I am honored to be able to watch what you've all built and to see you grow so much in this short period of time. But I think what we're seeing right now is bigger than all of us. And I think those that were challengers at Gauntlet and are now champions are experiencing the very tip of the spear of something that's really, really profound. I remember when I got the internet for the first time and how that felt. I I wasn't around for when the steam engine came out or when electricity came out. But as I look at what's happening with AI in its infancy, in the early stages, it's clear to me that it is probably already good enough to declare this, but if not now, then it certainly will soon be true. That I think AI is going to be perhaps the greatest force multiplier for human talent that has ever existed. I think it probably surpasses the internet in that. I think it probably surpasses the wheel and stuff like that. I know that's a crazy, bold claim, and I'm not a big believer in that AGI is right around the corner. But as I look at what you all can do as you learn to manipulate these tools, as you learn to make the models do work for you, and those of you that are on the real cutting edge, as you send out Claude swarms and you have 16 agents all building simultaneously and it breaks everything, but you try to tell yourself that it's not breaking everything. We're not quite there yet, but I think we're only at the very, very early stages of a revolution that's coming and is more profound than most of us realize. Even those in this room, I think we'll look back 20 years from now and we'll laugh about the times when we would encounter AI skeptics and people who didn't think that this was real. We've all seen it and we've all tasted it. And I think the craziest thing to me about Gauntlet is I come into each cohort knowing what I've seen. I know what the people even before Gauntlet started, we were doing B2B AI training, and every day there's something crazy that you see and you're like, I can't believe that actually happened, that's real. And yet every cohort, I'm blown away, I'm surprised, I'm shocked at what AI is capable of when it's wielded by some of the smartest people I've ever met. And when you take really, really smart people and they work really, really hard to use one of the most powerful tools that I've ever seen. I mean, the stuff that you guys were just demoing that you built in a couple of weeks, a couple of years ago, those are 6-month projects, every single one of them. Those are year-long projects in some instances. And I know that not all of you were spending all of your time during those 2 weeks doing that. You're bouncing back and forth between other projects. So I think I consider us all extremely lucky to be in the time and the place that we are. We get to see this, we can see around the corner and we can see what's coming from AI, and we can all take part in it. We can push it forward. We can make it be a beneficial power for the human race and for humanity. And I mean, it goes far, far beyond, the hiring partners that we have at Gauntlet AI, who I know I'm biased, but I still think are the luckiest / smartest companies ever to be able to hire you all. And it goes beyond all of us at Gauntlet that, myself included, I think we're all extremely fortunate and fortuitous to be in the time that we're in, that we can all, take place in all of this. Gauntlet, as you will soon discover, is not normal. Many of the circumstances that we encounter day to day are not what happens day to day in most of the world. Normally, you won't have as intensive deadlines. Normally, you won't have somebody pushing you as hard to do as much in as short of a time frame. Heaven knows, normally you don't have armored guards walking through the front door with $500,000 in cash and distributing it because of the work that you did over the past week. There's a lot about Gauntlet that is abnormal. But if there's one thing that I hope remains true, it's that instead of going out into the rest of the normal world, slowing down, becoming normal, I hope that you can carry that peculiarity that you've gained at Gauntlet, or that you've probably always had, but I've seen be awakened in all of you, into those companies, into whatever you do next, and into your continued learning. Because heaven knows you guys are not at the end of any learning journeys yet. We're all just beginning, and since we've been in demo day, we're behind on AI right now for the first time in a while. So we've got to leave here and catch up. But I just wanted to express my gratitude to each of you, to the hiring partners that are here. Thank you for making Gauntlet possible. Thank you for funding everything. Thank you for hiring us and for doing all of the really, really cool work that you do. To the challengers, on behalf of myself and the staff, and the hiring companies as well, I want to thank you for a number of things. First of all, for the work that you've put in. The number of times that I end up leaving the office at 11:30 p.m. or at 1 a.m. and it's full and everyone is heads down working. That's another thing that's not quite normal. And I know the sacrifice that it requires in order to do that. I know that many of you are away from family and friends, and you've had no social life except for within the cohort, which is cooler anyway, but there's still, so thank you to your families and for allowing you to put the work in. And I hope that you know that, from my standpoint, from my vantage, it is so cool just to get to be a part of all of this. I wake up in the morning and I get to see somebody pushing this new technology of AI to the absolute limit. I get to hear from hiring companies that are asking me what on earth this Gauntlet person knows and how they know it and how they're able to do what they're able to do. And then I get to, go and talk to you all and talk to the challengers. And so I hope that you can carry on that peculiarity and that thing that's a little bit different in Gauntlet into whatever you do next. And instead of becoming normal, let the world morph itself around you instead of you regressing to the mean and becoming what the world is. To those of you that are watching online, if you're interested in becoming a challenger at Gauntlet, go to apply.gauntletai.com. Really, this business, this school, this thing that we all do is so crazy because it's a bunch of different people coming together, and it requires all of the different pieces to work. We have to find the best challengers that we have, that we can. We have to find the best companies that we can. We have to find the best instructors that we can. And when it all comes together in this weird mixing pot that is Gauntlet AI, it feels pretty magical. And we get to see and be a part of a lot of magic. So thank you all for being here. Again, apply.gauntletai.com if you want to apply to be a challenger. Similarly, if you're interested in being a hiring company, go ahead and reach out to us. And now we've got a whole bunch of Gauntlet champions in this room, and friends and family and other folk that you can ask them what their experience was like. But yeah, I just sincerely want to say thank you to all of you for doing all of this. This is crazy. When I describe what Gauntlet is to people outside of Gauntlet, I just struggle for words to describe what's going on every day. And when they see random pictures or videos floating out on the internet, I'll get messages that are just, what on earth are you doing? And what is going on in that crazy room that you've got? And I consider myself extremely fortunate to be able to spend my career and my time and my life being a part of it with you all. So again, thank you. And we'll be back here in December for the next demo day. So thank you.